appeals.
Yeah, no, understand. I just want clarification that what I heard was correct.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the deputations then. We have Margaret Hutchinson. Come on up. Welcome, Margaret. You have 5 minutes for your deputation. You can use the talk button on the microphone. And before you start, Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Through you, I had a request earlier from the deputation to allow her an extra few minutes, 5 minutes, to complete her deputation as it's
by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Berry. All those in favor? That's carried. Whenever you're ready, take it away.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor Martin and councillors. I'd like to introduce my brother, Fred Hominick, who will walk you through history, after which I will give my our current thoughts in regards to the unneeded, unwanted, and highly expensive hydraulic drain improvement proposed by the engineer's report. For your review and further consideration, today's handout includes 4 maps, Fred's presentation, followed by my presentation. Fred?
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I'd like to refer you to our handout, just to go through the maps that we have provided you. If you would turn to the first map of the series. This, yes, it's inside the front cover. Yes. If you would just first look at the farms called Hutchinson Farm. That is my family farm and my sister's farm at the moment. And the hydraulic farm is next door. That's where the drain has run over the years. To do with map 1 then, 100 years ago in the 1920s, our family bought our farm from Zdruick. The idea was we would buy the high, dry, low sand part of his farm. That's ours, the Hutchinson farm. And he would keep the rich, loamy lowland to the east, which is the Zdruick farm. Black Creek has flowed southeasterly along the west side of our farm forever. And there is also an ever-running stream not connected to Black Creek, which flows, it's to the north, and it flows from west to east in the concession north of our farm, and it used to end in a historic wetland as shown. It was quite a, well, it was there, it was historic wetland. All of that, or any of that drain didn't actually drain any further. It was a wetland, the water absorbed into the ground or just stayed there forever. There's also an historic wetland entirely on this Zdruick farm, as shown where we skated with the neighbor children in the 1950s. And you'll see that is shown on the Zdruick farm as a historic wetland. Spring melt and rainwater flowed from north to southeasterly along an historic drainage course across the Zdruick farm. And you'll see that it's that's the way storm drainage went. Spring melt and rainwater flowed from north to southeasterly along an historic drainage course across the Zdruick farm until the 1950s, when an open municipal ditch was installed beginning at the road, the concession 11 Townsend Road. And it was an open municipal ditch And it was installed beginning at the road and along the historic drainage course. Our farm, the Hutchinson farm, has had no drainage problem since it was bought in the 1920s. If you
Just about,
flip
yeah.
over to,
Halfway there, so if that helps you keep on track.
you flip to map number 2. Map number 2. In the 1960s, a covered municipal tile drain replaced the open ditch on the historic drainage course of the 1950s and previously, and included the Stradrillic Branch 1, which you'll see on the map, to drain the historic wetland located entirely on the Stradrillic farm, so the land could be farmed. And it is still farmed there, where that wetland was on the Stradrillic farm. The adjoining part of our farm was and remains wooded in state of nature at that area where the you'll see the drain ends, and that they got the ability to farm that area on this Stradrillic farm, and right to the west of that, the woods is still as it ever was. The adjoining part, yes, okay. The Stradrillic drain and branch 1 continues to work on the Stradrillic farm over these years, and our farm has had no drainage problem to this day. Okay, to map number 3. It shows part of the Stradrillic drain in whiteout, proposed to be privatized by the engineer's report being considered. So the engineering report, this takes that out of the drain and just privatizes it, leaves it up to the owners to do what they see fit there. Note parts of the Stradrillic drain are to remain. And that's the branch 1 that drained the former it was the former wetland there, and the rest was the beyond the Stradrillic property and down south and on across the Cockshut Road. Okay, on to map 4. Map 4 shows 2 things. Firstly, the ever-running stream to the north that ended in the historic wetland since forever has been artificially directed, okay, through a double ponds and a catch basin. It's been eliminated, really, the historic wetland, and its drainage has been directed towards the course of the historic drainage course, causing and or worsening massive standing water, flooding, and overwhelming the Stradrillic drain in times of heavy rainfall and or snow melt. You will see from that former wetland, it makes things worse down the historic drainage course.
Fred, you've got 1 minute remaining.
Okay, that's for me. I have to tell you. Okay, the engineering report proposal. This is the next thing it shows. The engineering report proposal to construct diversions westerly of Stradrillic drain. So you'll see those there, which reverses the historic flow of drainage from the north and from branch 1 from the north and from the branch one by way of 100-foot wide working area and right of way through a 30-inch diameter tile. Do something like this. Okay. That 30-inch diameter tile buried in a trench 15 to 20 feet deep. Just about most of this.
I do apologize, Fred. I'm gonna have to cut you off there.
Well, okay, I'm done. Directly across our existing perfectly satisfactory working tile and workable farmland to Black Creek. So what used to be is no longer. The engineers and, have want to push it all through our place, which we've never had a problem forever.
Thank you. Margaret, technically you were under the same deputation and we've allotted you the extra 5 minutes and we really, really need to stay equitable with everyone. So could I just ask for very quick summarizing points from you to share with us, please?
There have been many meetings and property owners have received 5 different cost schedules. At the last information meeting in July 2022, the rising costs were again protested. At the very first meeting, the cost schedule in October 2020 dealt with fixing the existing drain in place and costs were much lower. The current engineering report should be reconsidered in favor of that cost schedule to fix the existing drain in place. And that should be considered again because that is the engineer's mandate. And let's see, I have a couple of questions that have not been answered so far by different emails that the drainage superintendent and I have exchanged. The big one is branch 1 serves only the hydrilic drain and is working satisfactory. So why isn't branch 1 privatized and hooked directly east into the existing drain through the orchard property instead of being directed east, then north, then back west through Hutchinson's farm to Black Creek? Also, I'd like to know, can the existing drain please be repaired and cleaned and flow tested over the first properties south of Townsend Concession 11 Road?
Okay, sorry, Margaret, are these questions for the engineer?
Well, these are the problems we have with this drain.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop you here. I'm gonna call the engineer back up and get you to repeat your question to him. That's what we were trying to accomplish earlier. So if you could start over with question 1 and Neil will be listening and then he's gonna come up. He'll move over for us.
Question 1. Branch 1 serves only the hydrilic farm and is working satisfactory. So why isn't branch 1 privatized and hooked directly east into the existing drain through the orchard property instead of being directed east, then north, then back west through the Hutchinson farm? I think that's noted on map 4.
Okay, Neil, if you caught that, branch 1.
Yes, I did. Could you pull up my slide of the watershed? Would that be possible? So I can at least show everyone a map to explain what's going on
Sure,
here.
go ahead while staff are getting it ready though. If you could start to
Okay.
answer and then we'll pull it up.
So that tile actually does get surface water from the adjacent property. So it is actually servicing 2 properties. So it's not just servicing the historic Cyrillic property, but it is also it is getting water from upstream. So it is actually servicing 2 properties because there is water coming from upstream, and that's based off of the historic watersheds that have been there for quite some time.
No.
Yes, yeah, it's It would be, I've called it interval 2. It's just a little bit to this, sorry, a little bit to the south of my, I'll call it red line. This, is the one that she's talking about. I saw where, who had that mouse? Yeah. You just had it just up a little bit more. Sorry. Just up a little bit more to, yeah, right there. So that's the one that she's talking about right now. And we do have surface water coming from the upstream property. So there, it is servicing, it is getting water from that property, so it's still needed. The reason why we can't connect it down to the existing system, the Zero Lake system, is because it doesn't have the capacity for it. It barely has capacity for what we've proposed at this point. So it has no capacity to bring additional water lands into it without increasing that tile size. So that's the reason why we just connected into the proposed new system. Where that system, where branch A comes in, that is the lowest point in that area. So that's why we start sort of, the drain starts there. That's the lowest point, and then we divert it away from that point.
Okay, Margaret, if you want to go ahead and pose your second question, please.
We would like to, could we please wait until the orchard owner rips out his trees in the future and either repair and or clean the existing drain until that time and do the new drain in place?
The existing drain is at the end of its life, and as well, the drainage superintendent has had problems even finding where the existing drain is. It's set at a 1/4 inch drainage coefficient, or less than a 1/4 inch drainage coefficient. So that basically means that it can drain less than a 1/4 inch of water from the upstream lands. So 1/4 inch drain, less than a 1/4 inch drain, or sorry, less than a 1/4 inch of rainfall is not a lot of water at all. So that's one of the other reasons why we can't just leave the system in right now, because it's flooding right now. The system is, we're having problems accessing it. Cleaning out would be problematic because the tiles are quite old at this point and fragile. So it was deemed that sort of putting in a new system is the appropriate response at this point because of the age and low design capacity of the existing system.
Okay, Margaret, I think we've got one more question for our engineer.
No, I would just like to finish up.
I really have to ask you to seconds. We have to be equitable with all of our deputations. We've already added an extra 5 minutes. So if you could just really briefly provide us with some closing comments, I'd appreciate it.
Basically speaking, this drain, proposed drain, comes across our farm, which has had no drainage problems ever, and it will have that wide ditch, that deep ditch, to accommodate a huge drain. And basically, personally, I feel like I've been pushed against a wall with no place to go. I feel railroaded and bullied, and I can't accept this drainage ditch that they are proposing. And for all those reasons, we really would like the engineer to please look at the replacing the original, because at that October 2020 meeting, that's been the lowest cost to farmers. I think at the time they thought it was a huge cost. So then they've gone ahead and got this other design that is totally going to devastate our farm.
Okay,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much for your deputation. 11.3.3, we're going to move along to the staff report for consideration, which is EIS 23004. Mr. Grice, I'm passing that back over to you.
Through the mayor, I think much like the last report, you have the report here in front of you. It really is summarized in the engineer's presentation. So I think there's really nothing more we will add to the conversation. But if you want to ask any questions, certainly Bill and myself and Mike are here to help.
Okay, before I open it up to questions of council, do you have any comments with regards to the deputation's questions and concerns? She's posed them to the engineer, but they're obviously not satisfied with. So at the very least, are there any options that we can present with them today, or is it just strictly the appeals?
So through the chair, I think there has been a number of conversations over the past number of years. I know Bill and our engineer have certainly looked at various options with the residents. So I think at this stage in time, it's really the appeal route if they're unsatisfied.
Okay, are there questions of council members to our staff? Councillor Columbus.
Yes, the gentleman or our engineer said about the appeal route. Where is the appeal? Where does it go to? Help us out there.
Certainly, I'll let Bill's been leading this file, so Bill just put his hand up here. He can speak to it.
Go ahead, Bill.
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, the first automatic appeal route is the appeal of assessments, which is automatic for every owner on a municipal drain. That happens 20 to 30 days after the council meeting and the notice of the provisional bylaw is adopted. Within that same time frame, the owners have an opportunity to appeal the engineer's report to the tribunal. And that notice does go out following the council meeting to all affected owners on the drain.
Thank you.
Council member questions to staff. Okay, is there anyone here in attendance who would like to ask questions of our staff? Please turn the mic on. Nope, you gotta approach the podium for me, please, sir. Sorry, Fred, I need you to turn the microphone on. And the people at home can hear you, sir.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes. Have you ever done any assessment?
Sorry, sir, we need to, I'm sorry to cut you off.
This is a different kind of assessment.
I know, I understand, but we're actually asking questions of our staff at this point in time. We've closed down the,
Oh.
I do apologize. I know it's confusing, but we
Who
have
am
to
I
stay on
talking
track
to?
here.
Who is
You can pose a question to our staff and for the most part, they're virtual and they might pop up on that screen for you. So
all right. Yes, I'd like to ask the staff. Then, was there ever any actual competent measurement taken of the waters that had been artificially directed into the drain?
okay, thank you. Staff, did you hear that? We're looking for comment. Mr. Mays, go ahead.
Through the chair to Fred, you have raised the concern of the stream in the north contributing to this system several times. I've relayed your concerns onto the engineer, and the engineer has assured me, and in his report, that the new drain as designed will accommodate the flows that are coming towards the existing Zadrillic drain.
No, I'm asking you, was there any competent, there's supposed to be a flow, a measurement, a competent measurement of the flowage that has been redirected artificially from the historic wetland to the north into the drain. It's a kind of measurement that has to do with the amount of water going in there and the rate of flowage that's been added. I'm making that question because I believe this whole procedure has been rushed to judgment here, and without any adequate measurements there? And also, has there been any measurement of the amount of water that is in fact flowing through the existing drain? And in the circumstances, Bill, yourself, you knew that you thought the drain wasn't working at all, and yet it's taken away all the spring runoff we had this past year. It took a little longer, but it did run off in time, and everybody got out on the land and got their crops planted.
Okay,
So
let's
has there
give
been any,
staff a
ever
moment
been
to answer
any
here.
measurement of the actual rate of flowage through that existing tile?
Thank you, Fred. Let's give staff an answer, or a moment to answer, please.
Yep.
So, through the chair and to Fred as well, the flows in the existing system have not been measured. The engineer
That's my
has
question.
received the information based on what is in the field today and current engineering practices and principles. That is the standard design criteria that the engineer is responsible for managing the design to. And as far as the engineer has presented, that he has designed this system to accommodate known flows that are in the system.
Well, we're interested in whether the present line is flowing, and it's flowing sufficiently to take the water away over time and let the work go on. And at our meetings, there was sufficient. Actually,
I'm very sorry, Fred. I'm going to need you to pose a question to our staff. It's just not a public hearing meeting.
I guess the question is, like, is the opinion of the landowners around that the thing is working satisfactorily, and they're okay with it. They don't want to pay the money. So does that mean nothing? That was the consensus of the meeting at the in July of 2022, that it was working adequately.
I think that's more of a question to council than it is to staff.
The question is, does that mean nothing?
No, I think well received. I think that's a question for council to consider when they get to the recommendation. It's not a technical response replied from staff. So I hear you loud and clear. Thank you for that, sir. And so may I just clarify one thing from staff? What I've heard in your response, Mr. Mays, is that the flow and the measurement, because that doesn't occur, that doesn't mean that this work isn't warranted. It's not a part of the relevant testing that must occur due to design and engineer standards.
To the chair, yes, it's not common practice
Understood.
to, and in some cases you may study the flow that's coming in. The engineer has watershed modeling techniques and calculations to establish the flows that are coming into a system. We have visual observations showing the flooding in the fields on the north and south side of concession 11. Staff maintenance and repair report showing that the existing drain is not functioning. And the engineer and myself have found studies and documentation in the past that the original design from 1950 can only handle a 1/4 inch of rain, and if that is only working at a fraction of what it was originally designed to, that is well below any current standards. Through the Drainage Act, we could have considered replacing the drain exactly the same size in the exactly same location. I reported to council that that's probably not feasible with current standards and current agricultural needs, so the only option for us was to recommend appointing an engineer under the Drainage Act to meet with the owners, come up with a new design, and that's where we're at today. We have gone back to council several times, or a couple times with, this is the second time, with a report. The last year, there was functionally no changes to the engineer's design, just more cost and delays as prices rise and engineering, no offense, Neil, but engineerings aren't free. So.
I don't think he took any offense. Okay, with that, I'm looking for a motion to receive the deputation as information first up. Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Michele. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. So next up, we will be looking for a motion to receive the presentation as information and move the staff recommendation and or or propose an alternative? Counselor Breton moving? Not before I have a motion. Can I wait? Can we get a motion on the floor, please? Are you moving or no? Moved by Counselor Breton, seconded by Counselor Columbus. Okay, Counselor Breton, go ahead. Thank you.
I just want to say that the deputations, they may have some legitimate concerns, but their next step would be, I would assume, based on their concerns, would be the tribunal, would it not? Not the court of revision, the tribunal. Am I correct on that, if they want to go that far?
Yes, that's my understanding. It's really before us today to move ahead with it or not. We don't hold the hearings on appeals and so on. Mr. Mays, oh good, you can just put his hand back down. So, we advance this file and give them an opportunity to go on to appeal it or not, but, it's time to make a decision. Okay, any further comments, questions, or debate? Call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And it is carried. Thank you. To the deputations, I would like to say thank you for coming today. I know the process isn't easy. I apologize for having to cut you off there. We need to stay equitable with all of our community members that come forward. So thank you for your understanding and thank you for working with us to pose your concerns as questions. It is appreciated. And we will make information available to you with regards to appeals from our staff. Okay, we are going to move along. 6.4, we have a community deputation regarding the vision for Norfolk General Hospital. I'd like to invite Todd to come up to the podium, and I believe Councillor Huffman. Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
Yes, Norfolk General Hospital is pretty important to all the residents of Norfolk. And I'm going to ask that this gentleman be given increased time commitment. Thanks.
You stole Councillor Huffman's thunder. Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor moved by Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Huffman to give Todd a little bit extra time here for his deputation. I'll call the question. All of those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you so much, Todd. I'm going to let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. So we've given you 10 minutes here today, and take it away when you're ready.
Well, thank you very much, Your Worship, and good afternoon, members of council. For those of you whom I haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet, I'm Todd Stepaniak, the President and CEO of the Norfolk General Hospital, Norfolk Hospital Nursing Home, as well as the West Haldeman General Hospital. And if I may, Your Worship, I also think the slide deck is electronic as well. Yeah, thank you ever so much. Sorry.
All staff are getting that ready. I see you have a friend with you today.
I do. So I was just going to take the opportunity of joining me today behind the mask is Aaron Gotro, who is our Director of Communications and Public Relations and somebody who I have the pleasure of working with on a day-to-day basis. So thanks for joining today, Aaron. I've had the privilege of leading Norfolk General Hospital and the Norfolk Hospital Nursing Home for the past 6 months. So I started in July of 2022. The honeymoon phase ended on July 23rd. But in all honesty, it's been an amazing, energizing opportunity to join these dynamic organizations that are very rich in history and rich with regards to excellence. So being that I'm still in the embryonic stages of life at Norfolk General and the nursing home, a number of things, though, have become aptly evident to me. And one of those is the degree of pride and ownership that our constituents have in our organizations. And I'll share with you that today I know, and thank you, Your Worship, for talking about the vision for NGH. I've opted to use some executive discretion, and I pivoted. And the reason that I pivoted today for the presentation is that I thought, as this is my first opportunity to meet with all of you, I thought it might be very relevant to share some foundational information about both the hospital and the nursing home, and then really delve in to the vision that we have for both the nursing home and the hospital at a later date, if that meets with Your Worship's satisfaction. Thank you. So the other thing I would share with you is that, and I've had the good fortune of being a CEO for in excess of 30 years, spanning 3 provincial jurisdictions, and coming to Norfolk General and the Norfolk Hospital Nursing Home As I mentioned, has been very inspiring. And it's been inspiring because over the course of the past almost 3 years, our staff, our physicians, our volunteers, just like every other sector, have endured a great deal. And while we navigate change on a day-to-day basis, as hospitals and as nursing homes, never at the speed and never at the disruption that we've had with COVID. And our staff and our physicians and our volunteers are indeed the hands and the hearts of our organization. They're the ones who humanize and personalize the patient experience, the resident experience, and the experience for family members. If I could ask the young lady who's flipping this, yeah, you're awesome. Thank you. Sorry, your name? Tracy, thank you. Tracy, can I ask you to go to slide 4 for me? Just because there's 18 slides and I'm going to refrain from commenting on each slide. In your package, you also received my contact information that at any point in time subsequent to today, feel free to reach out to me. I'll respond to you within 24 hours with regards to any questions that you might have with regards to our two amazing organizations. So on this slide, on slide 4, what you'll see is just a very quick snapshot with regards to Norfolk General Hospital. And this is really just the start of some foundational knowledge, recognizing all of you, most of you have been long-term residents within the area. But as an organization, as you can see there, we're very people-centric. We have almost 700 staff. We have 143 physicians and almost 300 volunteers at the hospital. So very, very people-centric. And for me coming into this organization, I would say that I've been embraced with open arms, and it's been an amazingly, it's been an amazing experience for me. Tracy, could you go to slide 5 for me, please? So on slide 5 is just an overview with regards to the nursing home. And we'll speak a little bit more about the nursing home because there's some great redevelopment news that's happening with regards to the nursing home. But again, an integral part of the community and the catchment area, as you can appreciate. And if you look at the nursing home itself, you know, constructed back in 1975, as you can appreciate, the code requirements and standards have changed exponentially since 1975. Tracy, can I ask you just to fast forward to the next slide for me, please? Thank you. So I thought it really probably a great opportunity for me just to share with you the economic importance of the organizations, plural. So as you can appreciate, yes, our esprit de corps is providing high quality patient-centered care and resident care on a day-to-day basis. But having stated that, the other stark reality is that the value of our two organizations extends beyond that. And it extends as it relates to, you know, we really are a beacon, if you will, and serve as a powerful economic driver for the county. So just two interesting stats for you. I actually did this test with a few of my staff as to what does it cost us to provide care on a day-to-day basis. So at NGH, it's $140,000 a day. And at the nursing home, as you can see, it's $45,300. Tracy, would you be so kind as to go to slide 6? I thought I'd also just share with you some additional information that I thought as counselors you might be very interested in. So one is with regards to our annual payroll. So our payroll tips out at about $35 million a year. And as you can appreciate, if you were to apply the multiplier effect, right, each of those dollars gets turned over within the county, whether it relates to retail, service, whether it relates to groceries, restaurants, etc. The other key piece is our staff contribute approximately $1.6 million a year in property taxes to the county, which was a fairly simple calculation. I appreciate some of the staff at the municipality providing me with some of the data. And then we spend locally, and we take a great degree of pride in supporting our local economy. We spend about $2 million a year as an organization supporting our local businesses. Tracy, could I ask you to fast forward to slide 10 for me? Just throw you a curveball there, Tracy. Can you go, no, that's slide 11. Can you go back one? You're just testing me. Thank you. So with regard to Norfolk Hospital and the nursing home, so as you can appreciate, the Norfolk General Hospital was constructed over a variety of different decades, the oldest of which dates back to 1925, expanded in the 30s, in the 50s, in the 60s, and then most recently in 2005. We have about 207,000 square feet. Our maintenance staff, our housekeeping staff do an absolutely admirable job in terms of maintaining the building, as do our other staff. but it's a tired site. Some of you will be familiar with two of those capital projects that I've identified on this screen. I knew that there was a previous, presentation made back in 2021 to council with regards to our minimally invasive surgical proposal, as well as labor and delivery. We've recently resurrected those two capital projects by virtue of need. And we're in the process of just revalidating scope as well as updating costing with regards to those two projects. At the same time, in parallel, and as I've mentioned to her worship previously, as an organization, we're going to be very bold and we're going to be very innovative. So we've also launched right now a master plan to look at redeveloping and revitalizing the entire NGH site. And that process, in terms of navigating through the Ministry of Health capital planning process, will take typically between 8 to 10 years, simply for your information. The Norfolk Hospital Nursing Home, as some of you will know, in January of 2022, received some phenomenally good news from the provincial government with regards to the expansion from 80 beds to 128 beds. And I would say that it's a very exciting time for us as an organization, more importantly for our residents, our staff, and their family members, as we're embarking upon, if you will, really a transformational journey to take a quantum leap forward with regards to designing a new state-of-the-art nursing home for the residents of the county. So we're still navigating through the Ministry of Long-Term Care process with regards to that. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge and recognize Chair Nancy Patterson of the nursing home for her sage leadership, as well as Vicky Florio, our Director of Care, who I'm blessed to work with on a day-to-day basis. And I'm just humbled to have the opportunity to help author the next chapter in the proud history of the nursing home going forward. I would also just, because I was planning on 5 minutes, and I mentioned to her worship I'd be very compliant, even though I said to her 5 minutes gives me enough time to say hello. But with regards to, I just wanted to extend my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to members of council for your vision and your wisdom in regards to your unwavering and steadfast support of the nursing home as well as the hospital, and for your very generous financial commitment in 2021 with regards to our MIS project, as well as our labor and delivery project. Suffice it to say that as we embark upon driving those two projects this year, they wouldn't be possible without the financial contributions of the municipality. And finally, I would be pleased and delighted, should you be inclined, to afford you the opportunity to provide you with a walkthrough both the Norfolk General Hospital and the Norfolk Hospital Nursing Home at some point in time in the future, if that was something that you would be so inclined to take advantage of. And then my closing comment is really just from my perspective to extend thanks to all of you for the leadership that you provide on a day-to-day basis in your roles as councillors for Norfolk County residents. So thank you, Your Worship. I think I was pretty close.
Surprise, you had about 6 seconds left, so good for you. Thank you for coming today, and thank you for your presentation. I am going to turn it over to council questions to you.
Thank you.
With that, I want to just take the opportunity to say thank you, Aaron, thank you all of your staff for the work you do. Such a vital asset to our community, not only from a health and safety perspective, but from the economic development perspective. So that's really interesting statistics. I'm glad you included that. And council isn't aware, and I'm going to give them an update under general announcements today. And so is Deputy Mayor Michele about our Roma experience, but the provincial government eagerly awaits your master plan submission.
Thank you.
And boy, oh boy, do you have a supporter in Councillor Michele. But he'll share it with everyone later. I'll let him share the news.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Are there questions from council to, yep, go ahead, Councillor Columbus.
Yes, and thank you for sharing your information with us, Todd. Do you still look after Hagersville Hospital as well? And the question with respect to Holloman and doctor recruitment, where are you with pushing for more doctors to come to Holloman?
Great question. Thank you ever so much for that. So I'm happy to answer that. So yes, part of my other day job is President CEO at West Haldeman General Hospital. And from a primary care physician recruitment perspective, even though it's not the primary responsibility, I'll say, of the hospital, we've taken the opportunity in collaboration with CAO and as well as Heidi Van Dyke and a number of other constituents to facilitate, if you will, a group of interested and very deliberate constituents looking at workforce planning for primary care, in Norfolk County. So we've had the opportunity to have 2 meetings. We've brought in Health Force Ontario. I think from my perspective, selfishly, on behalf of the hospital, we have great reliance, as you can appreciate, on primary care in the community. And it's a daunting challenge, right? Faced over and over by virtually every community, the ability to have a sustained supply of physicians, not only physicians, but just health human resources in general, because there's not a pipeline. So we've had a few meetings. We're meeting again in the next few weeks. We've also had the opportunity to connect with the Brantford Brant Norfolk OHT, who also has a regional, for lack of a better word, primary care council. And so from that, we're having the discussions around, we know what our current workforce complement is for primary care. We know what the demographics are in Norfolk County, and we know what based upon a formula that's used by government, we know what the shortfall is and what the shortfall will be based upon planned retirements in the future. Hence why we're really looking at working in a spirit of close collaboration with Elle, Heidi, Chris as well from economic development with regards to really trying to push primary care workforce planning. So I hope that helps. Thank you. Sorry, Your Worship.
Okay, we've got a microphone problem in this place. Councillor Breton.
Thank you, Mayor Martin, through you to Todd. Todd, again, thanks for coming.
My
Very
pleasure.
interesting. During your presentation, you showed a slide there on day surgery, I call it 2.1 million, and then labor and delivery at 4 million. And going back a few years now, maybe you can help me out here. We had a presentation here for $15 million for what they called an expansion. And we committed $5 million at that time, if I'm correct. But nothing ever happened, and I understood that the province shut down the 10 of that 15. Is that correct?
So again, still the neophyte in the organization. Based upon what I've read, the 2 projects that we're forging ahead with are MIS and labor and delivery. The 3rd project was the global OR, which would be about an extra $9 to $10 million in those days dollars. And the MIS project and the labor and delivery project we bundled. And it's also in the recognition that they're going to be 100% self-funded. So the Ministry of Health will not cost share in either of those 2 projects. And from a prioritization perspective, those were the 2 projects. My understanding, that were deemed to be priority for the organization moving forward. So I hope that helps. I'm happy to go back and then provide further clarification for you if you'd like. I'm happy to do that.
No, that's fine for now. My other question
Sorry,
is,
Can I stop you for one?
sorry.
I think Al might be able to help comment,
Sorry.
and then I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to council, we have staff are working on a report and an update on our contribution, and that'll be coming February the 14th.
thank you. Sorry, my next question is, I followed the Ministry of Health's proposal to privatize surgeries outside the hospitals. How do you see that impacting on some of your mandatory programs and staff, etc.? How do you see that?
Great question. So the concept, if you will, of IHFs or independent health facilities, there's still a lot of details that need to be provided to the sector as a whole. The government, in support of the Ontario Medical Association, the OMA, the physicians groups, have talked about as a means of really trying to reduce wait times.
Right.
To look at taking low acuity patients for surgery and hopefully being able to divert them, if you will, in terms of throughput to an independent health facility. So there are some independent health facilities already in operation and have been. So they've talked about cataracts, they've talked about low acuity orthopedic procedures. So for us, we don't provide orthopedic procedures at NGH. Cataracts we do. There's not an IHF, and I would say close proximity to us currently. But I think there are, there's, from my perspective, there's a multitude of outstanding questions. The biggest concern for me globally is, we already have a Herculean challenge with regards to health human resources. will we start to see individual surgeons, staff, as an example, start to migrate towards IHFs? And again, don't know. It's still early days, but I'm happy to circle back to you once there's more information on that. Happy to do that.
It'll be interesting.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the presenter. Todd, thank you very much for your presentation. Obviously, Norfolk General Hospital has a number of challenges, as most those types of institutions do right now. With regard to those challenges, could you comment on the urgency of some of the changes that you think need to be made in prudence?
Changes specifically at the organization or provincially?
No, at the organization.
Yeah, so for us, I would say not in any rank order, but I would say obviously with regards to revitalization, redevelopment. Again, we have an aging old hospital, nursing home as well. So we have a full court press on driving the redevelopment of the nursing home. And like I say, our amazing board chair is at the head of that as well. So I would hope that if I have the opportunity to come back in the probably not too distant future, we'll be able to provide some greater details with regards to that project. With regards to the hospital, my hope and aspiration is to be able to hopefully have a master plan, which is really a code word for a pre-capital submission to the Ministry of Health later this calendar year. And again, maybe we could dovetail those two presentations together, Your Worship, because I think that'll really speak about the vision and about being bold. And it's not simply doing the things we've always done at a hospital. And it's really looking about population growth, as Al knows, looking at population demographics, looking at, what are those services there where people have to go elsewhere, where there's actually a very demonstrable demand locally that we could be providing here. I would say health human resources, and that's a challenge that's plaguing every, not only hospital, but long-term care home. We see, we see billboards all over for retail, for restaurants, all over the place for staff. So we're all feeling that. And I think there's a number of contributing factors for that, as we know. Some people have opted to take early retirement. Others have opted due to COVID to look at a career change, a complete career change. So I think there's a number of compelling factors that have created the situation that we're in. Some of it has to do with post-secondary education with regards to the number of spots that are available. So this is something that is going to take more than 12 months for not only the region, the province, the nation to resolve. It's going to take time. We've been very successful and profoundly proud of the work of our HR staff in terms of really being creative in terms of recruitment, but as well as retention for us. So we've had some great uptake with regards to retention. And it's an amazing organization for people to experience. I would say some other challenges as well is just capital. So when I first started here in July of last year, and going through our capital budget list, just like the municipality does, or the county does, there's an insatiable demand for capital, replacement equipment, obsolescent equipment, mission critical equipment, patient-centered equipment, artificial intelligence, robotics, you name it. So the intersection, if you will, of philanthropy and hospital vitality is absolutely of paramount importance. So like every hospital in the province, we have complete reliance and dependence upon the laudable work of our foundation, our auxiliary, and the generosity of our donors. So, we get zero, like every hospital does, for capital equipment, right, from government. It's all virtually by or donations or self-funded, right? So, those are a few, I think, of the big challenges for us going forward. But it's nothing that we won't be able to overcome, right? And we will. I think it's a very exciting time, to be honest, to be here. We're hopefully getting back to some degree of normalcy. I think we've plateaued with regards to flu season, RSV. I think we've hopefully plateaued with COVID, right? Incidence is going down. So hopefully come springtime, we'll be able to get back some normalcy. And I think that will help us to gain some further momentum going forward. I hope that helps.
That helps very much. I just on commenting on what Madam Mayor mentioned a few moments ago. That we did have some of these conversations with the Minister of Health, and as you pointed out, Todd, that I do think that these are exciting times, because I think the pendulum is swinging in favor of the recognition that we have to fix our entire healthcare system. So that's very good.
Well said. Thank you for the question. Thank you.
Councillor Rishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Thank you for the presentation. When we look at your vision, and I'm not privy to a lot of things that are going on there right now, but at the moment, we're looking at a vision. Do you think your vision can be achieved in the location that we have now of the hospital, or are you looking at a vision of a very big and bold and staged vision for the future?
That's an outstanding question, and kudos to you for posing that question. So, you know, in response to that, we're still in the process of determining what size a building could potentially be based upon standards. So if you look at the NGH site as an example at 207,000 square feet, and recognizing that parking is maxed out already and we're landlocked, I hope this answers your question. And we're landlocked to the north, to the south, to the east, and the west. And depending upon what we do with the Norfolk Hospital Nursing Home, there's very little opportunities for us to be able to, I would say, drive successfully a bold vision for the NGH site in the current location.
Thank you. That's absolutely my question. Because of what you're...
Sorry, I was just going to say, the other thing that might be, so again, it's early days, but
Yes.
the other reason, and again, just a fresh set of eyes coming in, is the nursing home tips at about 30,000 square feet. A new nursing home, and if Nancy was here, I hope she'd concur, she would. A new nursing home will tip out about 100,000+ square feet.
Right.
Nancy actually is here.
Oh.
Lucky for you. I just think she's probably in her office listening to us. So feel free to come out, Nancy, if you want to chime in.
So again, you know, it's a, we only have finite space
Right.
where we
But
currently are.
That's my point. If we only have finite space and you're looking to have a vision for the future and what you're looking to offer to the general public, because we've lost, you know, we don't deliver babies in Simcoe anymore, and we don't do a lot of things, and we're restricted in, say, some of our surgeries.
We do babies in Norfolk now, Linda.
Oh, we do? We didn't before?
Yes,
Okay.
we do.
Okay, I didn't know that. My apologies. So to have this vision, how many square feet were you thinking that would be? I mean, we're just being visionaries at the moment. I mean, and you're just guessing. So what would your thoughts would be on that?
Yeah, so I've had the privilege of being part of building a number of different organizations, and I would say, with all due respect at this point, even I wouldn't want to throw a dart on the dartboard. I think it's too early to provide you with a number at this point.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Todd, while we have you here, do you want to just correct the record for anyone listening at home about labor and delivery? Because Councillor Rishi was correct, but there's been an update.
Yeah, so profoundly proud that in the latter part of 2022, we reintroduced our labor and delivery unit at NGH, fully staffed. We're recruiting obstetricians as well. And I would say that the number of births to date since we've reopened has exceeded our expectations, which has been wonderful. And I think, you know, once we're able to finalize, if you will, what the new redeveloped space will look like for labor and delivery, I think that'll be a further compelling reason for expecting moms to deliver at NGH.
Any other questions? Okay, well, I'd like to, you know, we will provide an update with council about our board of, our Ministry of Health discussions, and we'll certainly be sure to fill you in as well. We'll just patch in our council members and our staff first, but please come back to council at any point in time. I think it's really great to have a strong working relationship with you and your team. Please go back to work and tell all of the staff, regardless of their role, that they're extremely appreciated by Norfolk County. And we're lucky to have them. So hope to see you again in the near future and keep us posted on your bold plans. And
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for affording me some additional time. I greatly appreciate that.
Councillor,
And if
that's
if you're
great.
interested in a walkthrough at some point, please feel free to reach out to me.
Yeah, and I
Thank
think
you.
that's an excellent idea. That would be a great team building exercise to come through and see the status of a lot of your capital as well. Okay, thank you so much for coming. Okay, I'm looking for a motion to receive the deputation as information, moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Breton. All in favor? Carried. Item 6.5, Helen La Rochelle, agenda item 11.2.3. We have, poor thing. We have it's our next deputation. So you have 5 minutes. Oh, Councillor Berry, go ahead.
Oh, Councillor Berry, I would like to also extend the deputation because I feel like Alan's got a lot to tell us. So
Feels like that kind of day, doesn't it?
I do. So I would appreciate maybe someone backing me up there for a second.
Okay, moved by Councillor Berry, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? Okay, you have 10 minutes on the clock, and then we'll open it up for some questions. Go ahead.
I apologize by not going right into my thing, just because I want to clarify there is something that was supposed to be updated in the language of the bylaws themselves in the addendum, and when we checked it, it has not been updated. So I just want to make sure that that I don't forget to bring it up at another point in time to make sure it gets
We'll let
correct.
Teresa chime in.
Yeah, through the mayor, it has been updated. We had already, as I had emailed you, we had already posted the addendum agenda. So we post an after agenda, and that will be part of that after this meeting. So for all purposes, that'll be signed for the record. It has been updated.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, you have 10 minutes. Go
All right. I also wrote this to be 5 minutes, so we're jumping right into kind of the matter at hand. So if anyone wants any more information about the project itself, because I know there are a few councillors that were not present for the public information hearing way back in October, feel free to ask me after this. So Mayor Martin and esteemed councillors, almost 15 months ago, back in October 2021, we reached out to the Norfolk Planning Department to start the ball rolling on the rezoning of a church we had yet to even close the purchase on. Today, we are here to hopefully finalize the process. As mentioned in our application and various reports, our immediate plans are to convert the property to an event venue. Those plans do not involve increasing the existing capacity in any way. We spent well over 6 months working with Jennifer Caterino, finessing every detail of our application and our planning justification report to ensure that once it was submitted, the application and report would be exactly aligned with what was both supported by the county and required by staff for everything to fly smoothly through the process. Jen herself encouraged us to include all the uses, both immediate and future, that we envisioned for the property in our application to avoid having to go through the process again. We did all this upfront work because we value the efforts required to process applications of this nature and respect the time of both council and staff. Time is money after all. So with that in mind, we chose to include in our application the additional use of hotel for the site. We will not be building hotel suites on the property anytime soon, nor, to be honest, do we have the money to do so. But we know our minds and we know our ambitions, and those ambitions will hopefully lead us to one day adding a number of hotel suites to the event space to service guests. No concrete plans or drawings have been made for this hotel addition. We do not know how many rooms it would have or how many guests it would house. Right now, and probably for several years, it lives firmly in the hypothetical. We simply want to plan ahead and ensure that the permitted use is already present on the property to avoid having to revisit a process in the future that is both time-consuming and costly for all parties involved. One thing to note is that when we were working through the application process with Ms. Caterino, we discussed that quote-unquote time of build reports on subjects such as servicing were premature, and there was no mention of a holding provision being required. We acknowledge and fully agree that a development of this nature would 100% be subject to a variety of controls to ensure that the appropriate county requirements are met, such as servicing. Site plan control is a process we fully accept to participate in, should it be required, at the time of execution. It is our understanding that the application is supported by staff and, as a matter of fact, is right in line with the county's future plans for Port Dover. Our section of St. George Street is slated to become part of the central business district when the new Port Dover secondary plan is approved. This modification of the CBD boundary would effectively change very little, as the current border of the central business district goes right down the middle of our street. So the properties directly across the street from us already permit almost 70 different uses, including hotel, as well as the other 2 uses we're applying for in our application. So on that front, we hope that approval on the permitted uses we've proposed for the property will not be an issue. We would be thrilled to see part 2 of the proposed bylaw, the part concerned with the updated site-specific amendment for 323 St. George Street, St. George, go through as is. As far as part 1, the portion relating to the former church at 327 St. George Street is concerned, we're also happy with the language relating to the permitted uses. Where we have reservations is with the holding provision placed on the future hotel use and its language. Staff has explained to us that the holding provision is necessary to ensure that sufficient servicing is available for our proposal when we finally move ahead with it. But as we and our planning consultants understand it, those controls are already in place through the site plan control process. When presented with this assertion, staff further clarified that the holding provision is needed because site plan might get waived. This, of course, is not a guarantee that site plan would be waived. It's only a possibility. The case is being made that the process involved in removing the holding provision would be less onerous than site plan control, which might, maybe, possibly get waived. However, our planning consultant has also raised the concern that the holding provision contains very broad language that leaves the requirements needed to be met for the holding provision to be lifted undefined and effectively unlimited. The words, but not limited to, do not sound less onerous to us. We've been assured by 2 separate licensed planning consultants that our property is unquestionably subject to site plan control. Norfolk County's own site plan control bylaw explicitly states in section 5.1 that all developments in institutional zones require site plan approval. This property will remain institutionally zoned. So if we are clearly subject to site plan control, and site plan control can be used to ensure the availability of servicing that staff wants to ensure, which the pamphlet we found on Norfolk County's planning website says it does, then why is an extra costly and time-consuming roadblock being added to the development process? One that clearly duplicates controls already in place. Therefore, we would like to put it before council that both parts of the bylaw should be approved with the proposed permitted uses, but the H, or holding provision, being proposed for the hotel use on part 1 of the bylaw is not necessary and should be removed. This concludes my comments.
Great timing. Thank you very much. Are there any questions to the deputation? Councillor Barry.
So just to clarify, thanks very much, Ellen, for being here. And Mike's here too, so thank you, Mike. I just want to clarify before we get into the deep end here. So what I'm hearing is the secondary plan, once it's approved, would solve pretty much all of this. So really the timing is you're coming here before the secondary plan has been approved, and that is what's creating the issue. Am I understanding that?
We knew that we couldn't count on the secondary plan coming through as quickly as we would like it to.
Right.
So we proactively took on the expense and the effort to do this, to get those uses ahead of the secondary plan being approved.
And so the secondary plan would solve this.
Yes.
So you wouldn't be here. Okay, fair enough. That's good. That's good for now, I think, for me. So I think a lot of my questions are for staff.
Any further questions? Okay. Seeing none. Thank you for joining today and thanks for providing over received presentation as information. Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Communication items. We have 4 communication items listed on the agenda today. Can I have a mover, a seconder to receive communication items 7.1 to 7.4 as information? Moved by Councillor Michelle, seconded by Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? Carried. Approval of the minutes. We have the following regular minutes before us today. 8.1 council minutes from December 20th, 2022, both open and closed. Unless there are any errors or omissions, can I have a motion to receive approve the minutes. Moved by Counselor Vanendrishi, seconded by Counselor Berry. All those in favor? Carried. Reports of Committee of the Whole, we have, which is item 9, we have 9 reports of committee under this section of the agenda. Unless there are errors or omissions, I'm looking for a mover and a seconder to approve the following minutes. Public Hearing Committee meeting minutes, January 10th, 2023. Budget, we did. Yep. Council and committee meeting minutes, January 17th, 2023, open and closed. That's it. Mover and seconder. Moved by Counselor Duffy, seconded by Counselor Berry. All those in favor? Carried. Reports of Advisory Committee, item 10. We have 3 reports of committee. Norfolk Heritage Committee meeting minutes, October 31st, 2022. Counselor Huffman. Nope, I'm ahead of myself. Does any counselor wish to discuss any of the items from October 31st Heritage Committee meeting? 10.2, Health and Social Service minutes, September 26, 2022. Does any counselor wish to discuss any items from the Health and Social Service meeting? 10.3, Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting minutes, October 26, 2022. Does any counselor wish to discuss any item from the Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting? Counselor Huffman, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. My apologies to my colleagues. I am a little underprepared because I completely forgot my work phone at home. So, and that is what has all of my information on it. So I will do my best. I don't know if Sam McFarlane is on the line to bail me out at all. But what I'm bringing forward is, as we remember, we have these great committees and advisory groups, and they bring forward information, and we need to pull that information and present it at council so that we can action these items. The item that I'm bringing forward is accessible street signage. What was brought forward to our committee, and I just wanted to preface with saying Councillor Columbus is now a member of that committee, but I was in attendance at this October 26th meeting, is to increase the use of the disability signage within our community. These signs would be made up of the international disability sign, and then there would be an opportunity for the specific disability, if so required, by the applicant. These can be put in front of residences or any other place in Norfolk County where they would be beneficial. I know myself as a counselor, I have had people ask me about signage in front of a home. For example, they had children living with autism in their home, and they wanted to make sure that there was signage there. The purpose of this signage is just so that people, in particular drivers, etc., it will bring attention to the fact that people in these homes may not react in a typical manner to local traffic and things like that going on in the neighborhood. So this was brought forth, and my understanding is that our communications department will be doing a lot of work in terms of making sure that the word gets out, and as counselors we can make sure that the word gets out to our constituents that these accessible street signs are available, and there is an application form to be filled out by residents who are wanting one of these signs. So I hope that was clear. I did the best I could by memory. Thank you.
So we're looking to, we've got a motion on the screen that council directs staff to bring forward staff report CS 54A OP 10, accessible street signage policy, affiliated accessible street signage application form to the February 14th council and committee meeting for council consideration. Does that cover it off? Then council can review the policy and have a discussion. Okay, moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Huffman. Good. Looking for a mover and a seconder to receive the following reports of committee for information then. So we have the Heritage, we have Health and Social Service, and we have Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting minutes. Moved by Councillor Vanendrishi, seconded by Councillor Michelle. All in favor? Carried. Community Development Division. So I apologize, staff, because I'm going to put you on the spot here, but instead of doing this, we only have 2 community members sitting here that are waiting for a response. Can we give staff 5 minutes and then start with the St. George Street file first. Do you mind if I reorder your agenda? Is that okay? Okay, let's just take a 5-minute break. Everyone go stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, and then we'll come back with the St. George Street application. Thank you. All right, Brandon, can you hear us okay? Counselor Van Andrishi? Yep. Okay, we're going to start. Yeah, Brandon's doesn't have a roof on his office. Times are tough. Okay, forgive me, Brandon, I need to find, oh, there it is. 11.2.3, please. If you could start us off with CD 22104. Just 323-327 St. George Street, Port Dover.
Sure, thank you, and good afternoon. So through the mayor, this agenda item is a zoning amendment to add a hotel use to properties on St. George Street in Port Dover, along with place of assembly and place of entertainment use on one of the properties. This would assist with some needed overnight accommodations, events, tourism, other economic development in the area. We are aware that not all of these uses may occur right away, but the owner's positioning the property for things to occur over time. So there's been some flexibility put into the approach for this file. There are some site-specific provisions proposed in the zoning that's recommended for the site regarding the definition of uses, the parking, and similar to all applications, as we know in Port Dover and beyond with the water situation, a holding provision. Part A of the holding provision is consistent with all of the other files with some flexibility and isn't directly tied to any site plan matters that have been raised so far to date. As I mentioned, some flexibility was added for this particular file in a number of respects. Some of that includes to allow certain uses and renovations to proceed on the properties without the need of the holding provision, along with noting that some activity could potentially proceed without a site plan process. However, if there is external construction or future hotel use, whatever is deemed development, then that we're told engineering needs a submission of the technical information about the servicing to fully justify the practicality of the use and to provide the official confirmation there's sufficient water and servicing available. We're further advised from engineering staff, and they're here available to help with any questions about the servicing and the holding, that if we did not apply the holding provision and the development of a hotel ended up requiring upgrades to servicing, if that happened to be a scenario, there would be concern the county may have some responsibility as it relates to the upgrades if we were to allow the holding or the zoning without the holding. So the professional advice they have is we should, to protect the interests of the county, have the holding provision. We did not have all of the sufficient technical information submitted with the application. You've heard about a need to move forward with the application, and so I believe this is another mechanism and tool to help move forward with the application and be able to do some work. And then in the future, should the hotel use materialize, then it can be confirmed at the time. So overall, the application is considered to be consistent with policy direction for having a mixture of uses within urban areas. It supports tourism and overnight accommodations, which is a key objective within Norfolk, and staff are recommending approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Counselor Columbus.
Yes, Brandon, when do you expect the Port Dover secondary plan to be finalized and also approved by the province of Ontario?
Sure, through the committee, the Port Dover secondary plan timetable has not been confirmed. We've had several statutory public meetings, but the final version is still in progress to bring back. So we don't have a specific timetable. There is, it would be a county approval. And it's not confirmed exactly what the final recommendation for land use would be as it relates to this particular location as well.
So just guessing, do you think it'll be 6 months or a year or 2 years?
Through chair, the intent is to finalize that because we have a number of plans in other municipalities we need to, or other communities we need to move forward with.
Right, I just thought Port Dover was ahead of all those others.
Through the chair, it is the closest, yes.
Counselor Barry.
So through the chair to Mr. Sloan, Brandon, is what what I asked the deputation earlier, that if the secondary plan had been approved, that this wouldn't be an issue for them, that in fact, that secondary plan would make this use appropriate without the hold?
Through the mayor, there's a couple items there. That is not confirmed. So one, the secondary plan, if that was to be considered, it would only be if the downtown central business district was expanded to include this property in this side of the street, or if site specifically it made sense overall to expand it. And the other part is all of the changes of the secondary plan, if they're adding new uses or new density, are subject to available and applicable servicing capacity. So not necessarily. It may, and it depends on the timing and also the timing of the servicing upgrades underway in Port Dover.
Okay, further questions? Counselor Duffy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Sloan. Just so that I am perfectly clear in my mind, the holding provision, the age provision, is specifically related to the future use of hotel. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, with this proposed holding provision, there's two parts. Part A is, for the most part, the standard wording that's used in Port Dover and elsewhere where there may have been requirement to confirm capacity. And so it's not directly related to the hotel. However, we did add wording to it where it says for any proposed expansion or replacement of the existing building prior to the lifting. So that does allow the landowner within the existing building, if they're not adding more water, wastewater needs, that they could have those uses. So for example, one of the properties, there's a bit of a licensing situation about the definition of hotel. This would allow them to continue on and have the hotel on the one property. It would also allow them to renovate the one building for the place of assembly and the place of entertainment without needing this. But if there's to be built anything for the hotel in the future, they would have Part A. Part B is specifically related to the establishment of the hotel use and just on the one property. And that's where it would need the confirmation to lift and confirm the capacity of servicing to have the actual technical functional servicing report provided from an engineering professional.
Thank you. Sorry, just then to follow up. So if we approve the recommendation that's in the report today, that gives the property owner the ability to go on about the business of what they were intending to do as of what we know right now, not including the future use of potential hotel. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Counselor Barry.
So again, through the chair to Brandon, so you know, when hypothetically down the road, and it sounds like they want to maybe add a hotel, and that's a likely outcome, potentially. Do building permits not cover a lot of the issues with capacity then at the time when they would apply to do the improvement to the property?
Through the mayor, and can also look to our E&IS colleagues for any further comment on this. But for a building permit, there is applicable law, and the best item for applicable law is the zoning bylaw. And so the building department are not engineers. They would not review the engineering and the servicing, only about the actual service connection stub into the property and the building itself, not whether or not there's capacity in the overall system. That's through ENIS. And so for the building permit and the proper process, and to confirm the county is best protected in the interests, that's why it's in the holding provision of the bylaw. And we've done this with pretty much every application in Port Dover that we've had recently.
Questions? Sorry, Councillor Vanadrishy, did I miss you there or no? Okay. Is there any other way, Mr. Sloan, to add in language that would remove the holding provision and basically say, not a planner, but basically say, outside of the site plan control, that when the capacity is added from the hotel, that an additional building or ENIS team would review capacity of the community at that time, without it needing to be a massive application, without it contradicting the entire intent of this proposal coming forward to get the work done in advance. Is there something less than a holding provision, or less than a holding provision and less than an application, where we can meet in the middle with the community members and do what's expected of us when we're, taking care of the corporation at large, but also that doesn't undermine the entire reason why they've done their application this way, which is what we should be seeing from community members.
To the mayor, a couple points. Yep, to the mayor, a couple points. So we do look at different options, and I think that's what has been part of the time that's been explored with the applicant on the wording of the bylaw and the different approaches. Unfortunately, there are no regulations or ability to do conditional zoning. So we cannot make a zoning condition the way you would do with a site plan condition or a subdivision condition. The proper tool to do that under the Planning Act and under official plan is a holding provision, and for servicing is the appropriate tool to do that. The other thing we do have, though, is that now Norfolk is one of the leaders that we've moved forward, and with council, that lifting of a holding provision such as this is delegated to staff. So the process is in the future much more efficient and quick. So in this case, we would need just a confirmation email or letter from Mr. Grice or his designate to the Director of Planning that it's good to go, there's capacity, and we can go ahead. The other way, the structure of the bylaw was done this way because it does allow the proponent to go and do all of the uses and things they were looking to clarify on the one property, to do the renovations on the other property, and then at some point in the future years, if and when the plans materialize for the hotel, then we can confirm the servicing capacity at that time, and it's not too onerous to lift the holding provision.
I really struggle with this because I understand what staff has done. I don't want this to be a community application versus staff or council versus staff. And I think we heard that from our deputation too, that we get it. Everybody has a job to do. But I also, we're just spinning our, and maybe it's because council hasn't had the opportunity to see how staff would review and remove the holding provision and really fully understand it and trust that it is that easy. But it's just really difficult when the proposal comes forward, trying to find synergies, trying to be efficient, trying to save our time and our money and the rest of the taxpayers' money as well when they combine elements of a proposal, which is excellent. We need to find ways to streamline, but yet we're catching them up somewhere else later. So I'm really torn because I do get I get that we have a strong responsibility here to ensure all of these steps. But if it's captured in some way, shape, or form later through site plan control or not, or a different language, like it's potato here, I'm just really struggling with the direction to go forward on, because I am in support of the project and I'm in support of the way that they went about it. So I know you've already kind of answered me here, but
Well, if it helps to the mayor, to be honest, what might happen in a situation such as this with an application that's circulated and there is a comment from a department or agency that the sufficient technical information hasn't been provided, then often there would be a requirement for the proponent to have their consultant go and prepare that information and submit that study or that information to help justify their application. And then that would take time, and that would take a longer level of effort and some cost. And in this case, it's related to a use that might be at some point in the future. So instead of requiring that now and taking the application longer, I think that's where staff came to this as a possible solution to move forward with it, to streamline it and not require that now if it wasn't provided with the application like most typically are, but that it could be done later.
And for council's clarity, the first and largest component, the technical information has been provided on that. It's the future hotel aspect, which is the unknown, that you can't go out and commission a study to get information on capacity if you don't know. So that's where we're in this hold up. Staff want the technical information completed by the applicant and put into a report. And the applicant is saying, I don't know what that capacity requirement is going to be in the hotel use at this point in time. We're just doing this because it was encouraged by staff to get it all done in one clean sweep, to one application forward, to not come back to the planning department and look for additional applications and rezoning and so on. So it's a chicken and egg situation between our staff and the applicant, and the holding provision is the hang up. Brandon, you have something?
Yeah, I guess through the mayor, a couple things. One, that's why there was this proposed approach to do this. And two, I'm also informed, if it helps in terms of what the process was for, or is for lifting holding provision, a recent one was done within 2 weeks in the staff delegated way. And so it's a fairly efficient, quick process. Yes, the proposal is that the use might happen in the future. We don't have the technical information for the use in the future. We found a way that could happen in the future. However, the proponent is wanting and looking for that use to be enshrined in the zoning now, not in the future. So that's why we came up with this solution way.
That's good to hear that it was 2 weeks. And again, I'm not fighting with you because I understand it, especially living in a community with the, water concerns and when you give consideration to how we got here in the first place. So again, I do understand staff's caution in bringing reports forward. I get it. But my question to you then is, so 2 weeks, that's positive for us from an efficiency perspective. What does that application or review process look like? Is that costly for the applicant? Do they need to get an engineer or a planner back on board? What do we require from them?
To the mayor, they would need to submit an application to remove the holding provision. That gets circulated in a quick circulation to staff. In this case, it's primarily and only about environmental and infrastructure services. So we would just need, as I indicated, a response, comment, or email or letter from engineering staff to confirm it. Part B of the holding provision outlines what's needed to confirm that. So that's a functional servicing report and hydraulic modeling. And I believe Mr. King is just going to help me out with confirming those matters as well. Mr. King?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor, and to add on to the comments from Mr. Sloan, we would require the functional servicing report, which would outline the full pipe build out they're actually looking at. They would state what the flows are for water and for sanitary. We would have that modeled. So the cost of modeling is around $2,500. The modeling reports normally take 4 to actually 6 weeks. So the modeling would basically confirm that there is adequate capacity in the water and the actual sanitary sewer lines there, so that they're sized accordingly and they have adequate flows in them. So the process from the functional service report to the modeling to the lifting of the H for the future use would probably, at the upset, be a couple months.
Right, so 4 to 6 weeks for the applicant, 2 weeks with us. $2,500 for the applicant. Councillor Berry.
Chair, so through to Brandon again, you know, and so we're starting to touch on what my next question was going to be, is that some of or a lot of the issue of frustration, I guess, is coming down to vague or somewhat non-committal language, things like but not limited to and may this and possibly that and could be. Is there any way that we can, you know, shore some of that up so that, let's say that the language to remove the holding provision down the road, we can actually define what it is required to remove it and put that in now so that there's no sort of, well, it may take this or it may take that. And it's not limited to this, but it could be that. Like, can we start to narrow in on what it is?
Sure, through the mayor. So the two components that are in the holding provision are pretty clear and do not include some of that language. So A is confirmation by the general manager of environmental infrastructure services or designate. We could indicate confirmation is by email or letter, but that usually suffices saying confirmation. And part B, in relation to establishment of the hotel uses, completion of applicable studies, including, and so this is the part but not limited to, I guess that's a question, functional servicing and hydraulic modeling. I would look to our engineering colleagues if they have any issue of removing the but not limited to, and go from there. This requirement is stemmed from the engineering direction. It's often through the mayor. It's often standard wording so that legally someone doesn't come back and say, "Hey, I'm doing a site plan process, but in your holding provision it said I only have to do those two things. Therefore, I don't have to pay your whatever it might be, parkland dedication or plant a street tree or things like that, because your legal wording of your legal bylaw only said those two things." I think that's where some of the caution comes with adding that, but not limited to wording.
So is that a
Yeah,
question?
through the mayor, sorry. To the mayor, just add a couple more commentary on that. Like functional service report, mainly we're looking at the water and the sanitary, but also part of it would be the stormwater, parking, the use of the flow with basically, stormwater and also parking too. That would all be part of the functional service report. Make sure that there's adequate parking as well. And so those are the other things that would be part of the functional report for servicing.
Okay, thank you.
How much of that is wrapped up in site plan control already and doubled down on?
To the mayor, perhaps I'll take a stab at this, and if anyone else wants to jump in. So if a site plan application was required, then a lot of that would be part of the site plan control. The way that it's indicated is we do not know in the future if perhaps a hotel use is added to the property of the Knox Hall. A site plan is dependent upon whether it meets the definition of development and the type of site plan. So if renovations were happening to have hotel use within the existing building, it may only be a minor site plan, it might be a site plan waiver. And I think that's what the wording is intended to, is even in that case, if a site plan is not required, engineering still needs to know that the servicing can be suitable for the use. And that's part of the flexibility that's in there, but some may read that as not being 100% concrete.
What about given consideration to, we know that this isn't going to be a high-rise hotel building with 50 rooms. Have we given any consideration to providing a limit? If under X limit, if under X capacity, that the site can't accommodate anything that's really truly going to be a burden on our water system in the short term. Is there any creative solution where we can avoid them even needing to go and prove the additional functional studies and so on. If you think that if the church was being used fully in its day, how many bodies were in there flushing toilets and using water? If they were to add, I don't even know, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but if they were to add 4 rooms, 6 rooms, I don't know. I'm just saying it's not going to be an intensive use. Is there if under this and we're at that, then these things aren't of concern for us? That may even shape their plan if in 5 years they're ready.
So
Yeah.
to the mayor, my understanding is that in the discussions with the proponent that potential limits and these type of matters might have been discussed and not determined to be the preferred direction. My understanding is any new use or additional flow water needs that would be needed in Port Dover is not available right now. Hence the holding. So I think it's anything more than the existing use or the existing amounts in that area. And maybe Mr. King can confirm whether it's 6 hotel units or 12 hotel units. I'm not quite sure if there's a magic number on that. It's just the addition of this commercial use on an institutional property, I think, is driving the technical need here to justify it.
I'm also wondering about our allocation plan being fully built out and amended to suit the current needs and when the type of considerations that we need to be giving in future use, if there could be some type of exemption built into that new plan. If this passed as it's worded by staff today, could there be some type of way to create? It's just, you know, I mean, if they add 4 new rooms, how many times have we seen houses built in our community and site A's been sterilized and water's been moved over to site B, or it was an Airbnb and now it's formerly just being used as a home, or we have snowbirds who are leaving. I understand the need for the metric from a staff perspective. I commend that. That's very important. We need to always be thinking about that. But is there a way to build out in the very near future our allocation policy that provides some type of exemption for their future requirements, given that it's going to be really a drop in the hat based on capacity when we have the water?
Through the mayor, I suppose that on behalf of ENIS and others, I could suggest that that could be reviewed when looking at any update to the existing servicing allocation policy.
And for council's benefit, Mike King and Environmental Services is a different portfolio for Brandon, so he's being very delicate when he's speaking on behalf of Environmental Services. Councilor Berry, was that a hand?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Brandon. So just a moment ago, you mentioned that the going from a commercial, from an industrial use to a commercial use is part of what's presenting the challenge. And so, and that was, unless I missed something, was in response to the mayor's question about essentially if the same more or less water is being used, then why is it an issue? So I guess my question is, if it's because it's going from industrial to commercial and the same ish or water is being used, why does that matter then? Like, why does it matter that it's the water's the water? So why does industrial versus commercial matter?
Through the mayor, so it's adding a commercial use to institutional zone. And my understanding, and I'll leave it to the colleagues in ENIS, I believe the concern is the potential for incremental additional need for more water than what's currently permitted or allocated. Hopefully I got that right, Mr. King.
Yes, through the mayor, I think I understand what the ask is. Like, not knowing what the servicing is there right now, I would assume it's probably just a standard 19 millimeter service. So a like for like would be no problem, but if there was a requirement to get in a bigger pipe service, that would trigger the permitting process through our environmental pipe staff. So once that gets in actual place, we would want to see what the actual flows are. So again, if it's like for like 19 millimeter service, it's not an issue. But once we go for a bigger actual water service or sanitary service, then we have to ensure that we can supply that.
Okay, thanks, Mike. So then the assumption is that commercial is going to inevitably be more than industrial use. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, yes.
Sorry, institutional. My mistake. Institutional. So we're assuming. Yeah, thanks, Mayor. We're assuming that commercial will for sure be more than an institution.
Through the mayor, yes. And again, this comes back to having a functional servicing report, which saying what the requirements are for water and for sanitary flows. So that way the meter would be sized accordingly.
Yeah, to supplement through the mayor, like if we had the functional servicing report that proved it was okay right now, then this may be moot. We wouldn't need part B of the holding provision, but the issue is we don't have that information. So engineering can't make that determination.
Sorry, so one more question then. So earlier, well, one more for now. Earlier, the mayor suggested this is kind of a chicken or egg thing where we need to decide, you know, which direction that we take. Brandon, would you agree that it's a chicken and egg thing?
Through the mayor, I would say that one option before council is that it's premature to consider adding the hotel use to the one property until the sufficient technical information has been made to justify there's sufficient servicing available. That's one option. Another option I would suggest is this flexible middle of the road option that staff have provided, that we can put the use in and it's just subject to that future confirmation. I'm not quite sure if it's exactly a chicken and egg scenario. I guess it would be typically the servicing.
Is that, are we going to, as a corporation and as a department, try to favor the owners of these properties trying to do interesting and new things in our communities, or are we going to really rely on the sort of, you know, somewhat heavy bureaucratic approach? And so that's what I'm trying to determine, is if it's just a matter of preference, then my preference would be that we support the owners when they're making reasonable developments, and we do everything we can to make their developments easier now and in the future. If it's not a matter of preference, then fair enough. But that's what I'm trying to determine, is that do we have room for a choice here?
Through the mayor, I would suggest that it's not necessarily a preference matter, and there was a number of items in the question and comment there. Obviously, we're looking at how we can have a streamlined approach and supporting business attraction and retention and growth and economic development within our communities. I would say that more than 90% of the applications typically provide this information to sufficiently justify the zoning uses asked for. This particular file did not fully provide all of the details needed, and so we have found this way to proceed.
Councillor Columbus.
Well, some of us councilors are trying to get disengaged here, but I'm thinking, Mr. Sloan, what about deferral of this application for 1 month? Do you think you could come up with a resolution that would work for the applicant and Norfolk County? Where's the hiccup in this whole process?
Through the mayor, I would suggest that this has been one of the reasons why this file hadn't come to council sooner, as staff had wanted and the applicant indicated a time frame. The file has been 5 months, so it's past the time frame that we want. However, there hasn't been final confirmation of, and there's been a lot of back and forth on this bylaw, so I think we need to bring it to a decision at this point in time.
So could they go directly to the Ontario Land Tribunal?
Through the mayor, yes, they could.
Thank you.
I hear your point, Counselor Columbus. I know that was a lot of back and forth, but I think Counselor Berry's right because I think our staff have been dealing with it, the applicants have been dealing with it, so now we're at this point where we need to make our decision here. But Counselor Berry's point was, you know, we need to determine what our plan and our position and our policy is going to be on this, because we have a daunting experience for unique businesses who are trying to fill, you know, accommodation voids and among other things. So if that's a priority of this council, then we got to make it easier for them. So I guess with that, if there's not anything else, we're looking for a recommendation to be put on the floor here. Technically.
Through the mayor, if you're going to let somebody speak, you need to put it on public record and they will have to go up to the podium.
Good. Is council in support of?
I'll move that we, if it requires a motion, I'm going to move that we allow Ellen to have just a chance to add a couple comments. You know, it's been 15 months and I feel like we can give her 2 minutes if we don't mind that as a group, if that would be my preference, please. So I'm going to have a motion.
Is there a seconder? Okay, all in favor? Carried. Thank you, Teresa.
When it comes to this matter, we have come to the point where we are we have to agree to disagree. We have two outside planners who both support the fact that site plan control offers the controls to evaluate whether or not servicing is available at the time we move forward with the construction. And so that is the main point that we are trying to say is the control already exists. Why do we need to add another layer? That's what we are at, like, that is what has held things up, in addition to multiple errors with the language of the bylaw outside of the holding provision. So just to be clear, that is the big point of contention. Everyone we talked to, the letters were included in the package that was provided to council, that other planners agree that site plan control can absolutely control this. We have admitted that we are totally okay with being subject to site plan control. What we do not want to be in the position in is where later we have to both get a holding provision waived and then still be subject to site plan control that also might have an entire new set of provisions that we have to follow. We have tried to streamline this as much as possible, and unfortunately it has taken way longer, but the essence of this is very simple. Site plan already controls this, so why are we adding an extra layer? We would like this to be approved the way it is, minus the holding provision, because site plan control exists. It applies unquestionably according to two outside certified planners, and it would offer all of the controls necessary. We are not trying to avoid them or get around.
And you are not in favor of a deferral while you're standing here?
Absolutely not in favor of a deferral.
Okay, thank you. And just because I did that, Brandon, do you want to provide any further closing comments to make sure that staff are heard?
Through the mayor, I would give ENIS that ability, since this requirement comes from them. I would, leading up to that, as Mr. King gets ready, I would say that 3A of the holding provision being in Port Dover with our water situation is absolutely required. 3B, I'll let Mr. King further have the closing statement on that one.
Thank you. Through the mayor, as Mr. Sloan mentioned earlier in his report, if the zoning was approved without the holding provision, and then it came back through site plan that the existing water and sanitary sewer had to be upsized or replaced, then it's possible that Norfolk would be responsible for those upgrades. So, you know, we're not exactly sure what the requirements are there, because again, we haven't had a look at a functional servicing report. So removing the zoning and approving the actual zoning without the holding would put the county in a little bit of a precarious spot, not knowing that if future upgrades are required for the water and or sanitary systems.
Okay, thanks. All right, we're looking for a recommendation to be put on the floor. There's one printed on page 192. Or as always, you can suggest an alternative.
So, sorry, may I? Thank you, through the mayor to I guess, council. With respect to, I hear it, Mike and Brandon are trying to tell us, and I understand it and I appreciate it. But I also, this is something that, I hear a lot, while I was campaigning with, but it's a long time in business and a long time being involved in county things, that there are so many extra hoops. I know we've all heard that. I want to make a motion that we approve it, but we strike the holding provision, and I want to see where that falls, because we've got to start moving these things along. I feel like the deputation there, the owners have done a lot to try to streamline this and to work with staff, and so I'm going to see if I can get a seconder to strike that holding provision.
Councilor Berry's moved a motion to approve the recommendation as printed with the exception of the holding provision. Who wants that removed? Correct, Patrick?
Yes, thank you.
CAO Menezes, go ahead.
Just through you, Madam Mayor, just a word of caution to this council that you may be setting a very dangerous precedent, approving an application without the holding provision. We do not know when those services will be provided, and you are putting us in a bit of a precarious situation.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a seconder?
Excuse me for a sec. So having heard that we're putting ourselves in a precarious position, that's a little bit different than what I was understanding. My understanding was that this is sort of a, what do we want to do? But if Al's advice is that this is going to set a dangerous precedent, I think you said, that I'm going to withdraw the motion. Is that correct? It's a dangerous precedent?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would just say that in the absence of having a fulsome application where you know exactly what the services are going to be required, approving an application without that holding provision may set a precedent for future applicants.
Many questions. So how is this one exception setting a precedent? We don't review these clearly reviews on a case-by-case basis. So where is the precedent?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think you heard from staff that in the absence of having that functional services report, we don't know exactly where this is going to go in the future. And the best advice that staff gave you was to have that holding provision. We've heard that the holding provision could be lifted relatively quickly through the new system that we've got in the new process. So ultimately, it's council's decision. We're just providing you caution. Staff have put the best recommendation forward in the report. Ultimately, it's a council decision to make.
Then I will withdraw the motion, because I'm not going to put us in set a dangerous precedent.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Berry, but there is still a recommendation to move forward as printed on page 192. Councilor Duffy?
Madam Mayor, if possible, can I ask a question to CAO?
Yes.
Mr. Menezes, in light of your comments, I guess I would ask your position if council were to approve the recommendation as printed with the exception of 3B bylaw. Does that change anything to your earlier comment, or it still stands as it was?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think it would stand as it is. It's the best advice we're putting forward to this council. We know, I think council's been advised on other files in terms of where we're at with certain applications and different things, and it would be our best advice to this council that we follow the recommendation that's in front of you. In an ideal world, the applicant, when they're ready to bring that forward in terms of a future use, whether it's 6 rooms, 4 rooms, 8 rooms, whatever that ends up being, functional services review that's submitted, the holding provision could be lifted relatively quickly right after that, and would likely not be too onerous at all. And this, I don't say this lightly because we are this applicant is exactly what we're looking for. It's a great application. It's something that we want. We don't want to discourage the applicant. It's just, we believe that there's a happy medium that's been met here in terms of staff having sort of done their best to lift certain provisions that otherwise they wouldn't have done. I don't think you've seen a lot of these applications moving forward with this hybrid approval that's being recommended in terms of allowing the development to happen staged. And so that's in recognition of the fact that they want it to move forward in that way. So that's, there's a real compromise that's been made here, understanding that there's a real need for something like this, and we want to assist the applicant as much as we can.
Councillor Berry.
So it's my ward, so I'll take the the trouble there. I'll make a motion to receive it and approve it as presented by staff. But I would like to comment once it's already on the floor. I just want to say my one piece and then I'll let it go.
Sure. So I apologize. You're moving as, okay, seconded by Councillor Duthie, and then you want to speak to it?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Berry.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So, I think, did we decide on removing the but not limited to? I know that was discussed. Where did we land on that?
It's presently not included, but it's your motion. So if you,
So it's presently not included. So
it's presently included. But if you want to remove it, it is your motion. You have the floor.
okay, so I would like to make the motion that we remove the but not limited to, and that way at least we have some clarity on what's what Mr. Sloan has told us is required. He's outlined the specific requirements. If we can at least get some clarity that moving forward, that is what the expectation is going to be, and it's not vague language, then that's what I'd like. So that's my motion, is to approve it with, as it is, minus the but limited to.
Okay, and Councillor Duthie, you're okay with that? Okay, so
If I can confirm that, so we're saying that it will be with the functional servicing report and hydraulic model. That
yes, yes. So those are the two requirements that they know staff will come back to them for. We've removed, and Teresa, so you're aware, it's 3B. We're making the amendment to 3B. Okay, it's moved and it's seconded. Is there you want to wrap it up with any comments there, Councillor Berry?
So just my last comment, and I do appreciate council and staff and taking the extra time to go through this. And like I said, it's in my ward, so of course I'm in favor of going through this detail, but I think it's important, in the larger picture, is that we continually as a county say we want these things, we want entrepreneurs, we want development, we want to encourage it and expedite it. And then we've got someone that's 15 months in. And so no matter what happened, who said what, who did this and that and the other, 15 months and the extra expense that the owners have put into this and had to been forced to put into it, I don't think is the message we want to send. And I agree that we're setting a dangerous precedent to remove it, but I think it's an equally dangerous precedent in another way to show business owners and entrepreneurs and developers that this is the way we're going to do business. So my hope is that from this, whether it's something that we have to take on and get our staff report or something done that we can avoid these things in the future. And that's, I guess, the last word I'll have.
Any further comments, questions? Councillor Bandendrishi, have I been ignoring you at all? Are you okay there? You're good?
No, I'm not.
Okay, go ahead.
We've gone, I think staff has gone out of its way to modify and simplify and to compromise, and yet we've removed some verbiage. Okay, that's fine. My only comment is this: I will support that motion, but at the end of the day, remember there are other projects that will be coming up, and I hope that council will consider them as equally time as well as thoughts for what you're doing here for those in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Columbus, go ahead.
One last question to Mr. Sloan. Are you comfortable with the way we're going on this particular application right now? That's a difficult position.
Through the mayor, thanks for, I guess, affording me the opportunity as you're discussing and debating the motion. I think if that's council's direction of where you're going right now and just limiting those few words, I think that could be suitable direction.
Like word could think.
Okay, Councilor Berry, you got your mic on there.
Pardon?
Your microphone's still on, just in case you don't have a hot mic moment. We've all been there before. I'd like to just jump into the debate here, and I agree with Councilor Berry. I agree with Councilor Duthie, and I agree with the deputation, and I want to, I guess, I'm speaking in favor of the motion, and I want to stress the importance. I think you've already got it, Brandon and Mr. Grice and Mr. King, but this council is clearly prioritizing small business. We're trying to prioritize tourism accommodations. We're trying to prioritize efficiencies in our planning department and individuals who are coming and listening to our staff and investing in the projected plan forward to do, find these synergies and efficiencies. I know staff too are in a hard spot where you're constantly referring to provincial planning policy and then our own policies layered on top of that and so on. And the water situation is not one to mess around with. So I do understand staff's position as well. But in the future, when this report comes forward, when we see other unique initiatives like this, where people are coming to our community to invest in our community with their time and their energy and their resources, we have to get on board and streamline in the best way possible. And I'm not saying that staff didn't do that today, but Ellen and Mike shouldn't have to come before us by deputation every time they want to put a shovel in the ground in Norfolk County either. So I'm not pointing a finger. I'm just trying to stress that it's a priority for the term of council. We've just spent a considerable amount of time talking about it. So with that, I'll call the question. All those, do you need the motion on the screen? Anyone read out? Okay, all those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, we're going to backtrack now because I've messed up staff's order, and we're going to go into, correct me if I'm wrong, Brandon, but 11.2.2, which is the Lindock subdivision, CD 23007, 2.1.
Yep, through the
Yes.
mayor, I think it's 11.2.1.
Okay, 11.2.1, you got it. Wyndham Road 19, CD 22089. Mr. Sloan, we are ready.
Thank you, and no problem. We have the next item is an official plan amendment and zoning amendment on Wyndham Road 19, and I believe we have Hannah available to give us a brief overview of the application. So we'll turn it over to Hannah.
Thank you. I do have some slides available just for council's consideration. Everyone can see that okay? Thank you. So good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. So what we have here is a proposal to amend the zoning bylaw and official plan. Just for a review, 1409 Wyndham Road 19 is in the township of Wyndham, southwest of the intersection of Wyndham Roads 10 and 19. The surrounding land uses are predominantly agricultural. The subject lands are designated and zoned agricultural in Norfolk County's official plan and zoning bylaw, respectively. On the west side, there is a relatively minor portion of lands designated and zoned hazard lands with an overlay of significant woodlands. So an application was received to amend the zoning bylaw to permit a reduced lot area of 20.4 hectares in order to facilitate the disassembly of agricultural land for agricultural purposes, also known as a farm split. Per the zoning bylaw, the minimum lot area for disassembly of agricultural land is 40 hectares, so we're having a reduced lot size. The agricultural purposes in this instance are floricultural inside greenhouses and field crops. So the purpose of this application will have the effect of creating two separate businesses on the northern and southern portions of lands, each with their own greenhouse complexes. In order to disassemble agricultural land into separate parcels less than 40 hectare, a range of official plan policies need to be addressed as part of a complete planning application. One of these criteria, section 7.2.4 IV, requires applications to demonstrate that nearby lots of similar sizes to that proposed are not available and suitable for the intended agricultural use. As a result, an official plan amendment has been received to preclude this policy requirement. The reports submitted as part of a complete application include a planning justification report and business plan. So to provide context in terms of what was discussed and when, we had a public hearing for the initial zoning bylaw amendment in July 5th of 2022. Staff received one comment from a resident expressing concerns with the proposal, which was noted again. These technical reports were circulated with the resident comment to the Agricultural Advisory Board. We sought consideration from the AAB on whether the application met the intent of official plan criteria. For example, whether the lots created would be viable, and the availability of nearby lots, and some long-range land use planning considerations concerning division of agricultural lands and housing in general. At this point, staff identified to the agent and the application that the application had not addressed the section of the official plan I noted earlier, and to address the concern, an official plan amendment was submitted. A public hearing for that application was held recently on January 10th of this year. No key concerns have been identified by the planning department, by departmental staff or external agencies. And some preliminary considerations related to this application includes agricultural use and jobs and employment. So that would conclude my presentation as I'm trying to struggle to change the slide. Thanks. Thanks. I'm recommending approval and I'm available for questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. And to council, this is one we just had come forward. Sounding familiar? It's because it was just here. Any questions to staff, or is someone happy to move the recommendation? Councilor Huffman, question or move or both?
No, I would like to move the recommendations.
Great.
Recommendation.
Seconded by Councilor Columbus. Go ahead, Councilor Columbus.
Yeah, I just want to speak to this, and I've been following this farm split for many times already. And it's about the viability. When somebody has that much greenhouse built in place and that many employees, it doesn't take really that much to consider that that it is a viable operation. And I got trouble with that because it's a commercial operation. We saw the numbers the other day as to the kind of net income that they generate. And I don't know why we have to go through that extra cost of hiring an expensive consultant to give us this information when the answers are right in front of you. You've got number of square feet of greenhouse, you've got the number of employees they have, like two brothers splitting it. And I think we got to take a closer look at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Columbus. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried. Wonderful. Thanks. Staff. Check that one off. 11.2.2 Lindock subdivision CD 23007. Mr. Sloan.
Yes, thank you. We can move to that file now. Plan of subdivision and zoning amendment for Lindock subdivision, and Mohammed's on the line to walk us through that one. Thanks.
Thank you, Brendan. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and the Council. The application is about a 17-lot subdivision located on the east end of Lindock Hamlet boundary. The public hearing was held on March 2nd, 2021. The draft plan of subdivision application proposed 17 single detached lots with lot frontage on Lindock Road at the south side and Charlottesville Road at the north side. The application also proposed a zoning bylaw amendment to add a special provision to the current Hamlet residential zone to allow a reduced lot area of 3,600 square meter for 3 lots, whereas the requirement is 4,000 square meter. Through Madam Mayor, the key issues and concerns identified during the public hearing meeting and through public comments include a potential impact on existing wells and lack of water flow in the surrounding area. potential impact on the proposed 17 septic system to shallow water level. There are also concerns about overflow of stormwater runoff through existing open drain system during the spring season. There is also concern about increased traffic and safety concerns, and potential impact on historic image and heritage value of the neighborhood. Staff took all these concerns into consideration for further comprehensive assessment and took few necessary initiatives to confirm that all concerns are appropriately addressed. I'll go through the concerns one by one and identify how this has been reviewed. The first one is water supply. The proposal is to establish 17 private water wells for 17 lots. The applicant initially submitted a geotechnical report prepared by LDS Limited, providing a groundwater level study between 2018 and 2019. To confirm that appropriate provincial guidelines are followed and the water concerns are addressed, staff implemented a peer review process. As per the peer review requirement, the applicant completed a comprehensive study using 3 new water supply wells in addition to previous monitoring well. There were several revisions happened, and the peer reviewer concluded that the proposal is in accordance with provincial guidelines. A recommendation was also provided that there will be conditions, and that condition will also include further water testing to be completed to document baseline water quality conditions. This has been incorporated in the condition as well. The next issue was the septic system and potential contamination. So the proposal included 17 septic system, separate septic system for 17 lots. Initially, the septic system was designed for 1-bedroom units, and the revised version proposed 4-bedroom units. The proposed septic system has also been peer reviewed, and the applicant submitted a consolidated report for water supply, septic feasibility, and nitrate impact assessment. This has been added after the public hearing. The new proposal recommends all septic system to be tertiary system that will help to reduce overall nitrate, to reduce the amount of nitrate that reaches groundwater, and compare this is more efficient compared to the conventional septic system. The peer reviewer concluded that the proposal is satisfactory in accordance with the provincial guidelines, and also recommended that there will be a condition for this one also. And one of these conditions are to confirm that there will be a minimum 30% reduction of overall nitrate level in the septic effluent, and this will be confirmed during the building permit stage. Our next issue was stormwater runoff. The initial proposal for stormwater runoff for these 17 lots is to allow to connect with the open ditch at the back ear of the neighborhood properties, connecting to an existing private drainage system. This was a great concern among the neighborhood property owners, and we have seen in the public hearing also that there are images of overflows during the rainy season, and further improvement was actually a concern for the neighbors. The applicant worked with the drainage staff to revise the drainage proposal, incorporating the proposed drainage flow into the ongoing Drainage Act process. This is for Regional Road 21 municipal drain. We have already seen the presentation for the Regional Road 21 drain during the deputation this afternoon through staff's drain report. The new outlet of Lindock Road is expected to resolve this overflow issue on the neighborhood properties. Any required upfront cost sharing will be secured through the recommended conditions that is attached in attachment A for this draft plan of subdivision. Next concern was traffic concerns. It was identified that the side distance to and from both east and west for the lots fronting Lindock Road will exceed minimum stopping side distance for the current posted speed limit, which is 80 km/h at this moment. The traffic impact assessment recommended a transition of 60 km/h between this development and the existing 50 km/h traffic sign. Our environmental and infrastructure services agrees with this traffic limit reduction. Staff will further review this during the detailed design review period and will take necessary steps for implementation. There are 4 stages of archaeological assessment have been completed. The site is now recommended to be clear for any archaeological concerns. Report is submitted to the ministry clearance, and this will be a condition of this approval as well. One of the concerns around heritage value, Lindock has a long history of cultural heritage, and there are several heritage designated buildings in the proximity. It is expected that the elevation designs will respect the local heritage flavor, and this has been proposed to be a condition of this approval, which will be further reviewed during the detailed design review stage. So, Madam Mayor, I have one correction in the report. It is in the page 165 in the updated agenda. It is number 3 of the conditions of the draft plan of subdivision. The expiry date for this approval is mentioned 2025, which should be read as 2026, and this will be updated in the updated agenda also. So, Madam Mayor, it is staff's opinion that after several revisions, comprehensive review, and several staff meetings and correspondences, the key issues are addressed. The proposed draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw will result the growth in the hamlet area as per our official planned growth boundary, and it will also contribute to our growing housing market. Staff is satisfied with the updated reports and the proposed draft plan of subdivision in principle, with conditions to further review the technical details during the detailed design review stage. It is staff's professional opinion that the proposed development meets the intent of the official plan and is consistent with the PPS. Staff therefore recommend the approval of this application described in this report. That's all from me, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Mohammed. Just to clarify, the bylaw 2023-14, you're suggesting the enacted and passed date needs to be amended? Or is it in the addendum?
So there was a small correction recommended that is in page 165. It's not in the bylaw, it's in the conditions. And it is the number 3 conditions in that attachment B, I believe. I can confirm that again.
Okay, I'm just going to make sure that it's amended. As long as staff are aware.
It has been sent to the clerks, and I believe it will be updated in the post agenda.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm just looking in the addendum package and sorry, okay. All right, thanks. Are there any questions from council to, Councilor Van Andriesch? Stop me.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I am supportive of the subdivision having more development in the Lindock area. But the concern to me is, and I know that the geotechnical studies that have been done for the water and the depth, and you are satisfied with that you do feel that there's significant water or enough water to supply the 17 homes. My question is, because if I hear anything, it's from the residents of Lindock saying how dry their wells can get in the summertime. Has that been something that has been addressed with the neighborhood?
To Madam Mayor, to the councillor, the review process has been done through a third-party review process. I would suggest our engineering colleagues to further elaborate that part, but definitely there was several revisions has been done on this issue, and the peer reviewer provided their final satisfaction about the studies and the reports.
Okay, and a curiosity question, how deep will these wells be in the new subdivision area?
So, Madam Mayor, I'm going to defer this to Tim.
I would have to say, good afternoon, everybody. It's Tim Dickel here. At this time, I don't know what the depth of these wells will be, but I can just reiterate the information that Mohammed has provided you already, that the peer reviewer that we had hired reviewed the original reports supplied to the county, and we had multiple revisions, and it met all the requirements from the ministry. The report does, so we're very confident that it shouldn't interrupt the use of the wells for the existing residents in the area, and that it should be able to supply enough water to the proposed 17 homes as well. If I could just add that the peer reviewer also, as Mohammed mentioned, included conditions to be included in the subdivision agreement that details what level of septic should be constructed, as well as what type of wells should be constructed as well.
Okay, and because there's a drain coming up, a new revival of the drain that's on the Lindock Road, and is that going to run parallel with this development? Do we know? Because and I see you've set it back to 26. Is that because of you're trying to get everything parallel?
Set it back to 26. I'm sorry.
Okay, the actual drain itself you're going to be working on, and the road.
Right.
It's very necessary for that development to happen because that water flows that way. They need the proper, so the water's drained away. So is that going to run in parallel with this development? Like, we're not going to get one too far ahead of the other, or vice versa. Does anybody know that, or has the answer?
Oh, you're talking construction time period?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, at this time, since this is just going to draft plan approval, there will be the need for additional reports and drawings to be submitted for review. So this will put them a few years, not a few years, but at least a year going down the road, getting their engineering approvals and satisfying all the conditions. I'm sure we've worked with this development trying to move the projects along. So I'm pretty sure that we're going to work together going forward, but I'm not 100% sure on the timeline for this project.
Well, I think what you're saying there, it gives ample time for the drain work to be done and sufficient time for that. So, okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Van Andrieschie. Further questions of staff? Councillor Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll start with that, the wells, and I apologize. I thought I'm reading through all the conditions, and I did see the name of the company that did the well testing, the geotechnical work, but the way I read that, it isn't a positive thing for me. But I guess my question is, do you know what type of, are they all drilled wells out there now? Or are they dug wells, or does anybody know what's out there for the existing homes? Can somebody answer that question?
If I could answer that, I'm not sure of proper protocol, so pardon me. Through my conversations with our consultant that we hired and through the consultant that was working for the developer, the description that was always used was a sand point well.
Sand points. Interesting. That means it could be very shallow. Question on the septic. It says in here, the way I read it, that there could be a lot of raised tile beds because of the groundwater. Is that correct? There could be a lot of raised tile beds.
Yes, there is an opportunity. I would assume that through the different soil studies that were completed and in consultation with the two engineer firms, our peer reviewer and the one that was working for the developer, that could be the best solution for out there.
Has the existing property owners been provided with a copy of that geotechnical report on the wells?
No, through our process, they would not be provided as it's not a public document.
Well, it states in here that there won't be a problem, but how do we assure to those people without letting them read the report? Do you think it's fair to let them read the report?
That I would have to take back and figure out if it's allowed to be released to the general public. I would have to talk to my friends in planning to see that as it's part of a plan of subdivision, if that's part of public record and automatically approved to be released. I'm used to most engineered reports are copyrighted material and may not be able to be shared freely.
Okay, my next question is, I think in condition 22, it says here that the owner shall agree to upgrade the to urban standards, the external roads. I'm not sure, Madam Mayor, who answers that question. Like, will we be negotiating with other than the Regional Road 21, will we be negotiating with for compensation on all those the back and side road? I'm not sure what the names of them were, but that's the way I read condition 22. Are you any comment on that?
It's sort of like a standard comment that we include. If there's any upgrades required to the existing roads, I know Road 21 is going to be constructed, but a lot of that is usually tied to the entrance to the new lots because they require to have an entrance put in and a culvert put in this rural situation that we have. I can't imagine that there'd be a lot of upgrades being required within the existing road right-of-ways. But we need to have the ability to go to the developer and have that included in our estimates, and that condition allows us to do that.
Are those two, I call them side roads, are they paved now or are they gravel roads?
I am not aware of the existing condition of those roads. At this time, I would probably suggest that they could be just a surface treated road if I'm not correct.
Okay. And my last question is, well, maybe I might have a question to the planner. Can you tell me on the lot, what is the development charges for these lots?
That I would have to send off to somebody else.
Yeah, planner, I guess.
Through Madam Chair, this is also a question for building department. Generally, it has been identified when the building permit is approved. Is submitted. I'm not sure if Brandon can jump in on this one.
Sure, through the mayor, yeah, the development charges would be applicable at the time of building permit, so we don't know what year and what time they're coming in, but whatever development charge bylaw and rates are in effect at that time, that's when they would be required and paid.
At the time the building permit, but do you know what they are? I'm asking you how much they are for rural lots versus an urban.
Kathy, through the chair, we'll just have to look it up and find the brochure for development charges, but we can get that to you shortly.
Okay, let's, is it contingent on you making a decision here today, Councilor Breton, or is there more information?
And just my comment is this: I think if I read this right, we're going to get $661,000 out of the development under the Drainage Act. You read the document previously. I'm just kind of trying to see this whole thing. I said to Kathy earlier, I mean, we're going to borrow for 10 years on that project, the venture, 10 years. And I don't like to borrow money. I like to know how much money we're going to make on the subdivision when we go ahead. Thank you.
Councilor Columbus.
Mayor, I prepared to remove the recommendation as printed. And this property development's been discussed for over 20 years before even Norfolk County came to be. And at one time, I remember there was over 30 lots proposed, really high density. And then you know, some people question the water, but here we're reducing it to 17 lots. Tertiary system for septics. And, we're expanding a hamlet where I think will grow. And, that's why I'm supporting the move of the recommendations. Brenda, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Columbus. Councillor Barry seconding. Kathy, you have a, okay, let us just call a question here. And that was a seconding hand, not a question hand. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the recommendation as printed, carried. Kathy?
Thank you, Chair Martin. So for countywide services for a rural resident, it's $7,160. And for, including water and wastewater, for an urban area, it's $22,408. And just so development charges that we're collecting on these properties are to provide infrastructure so the development can go forward. It's not to develop the roads and the water inside that infrastructure. It's to get the roads. So if you had to expand the road that goes into that subdivision, that's what that development charges are paid for. Or the new services that you're going to need, if it's library services, fire protection services, etc. That's what those development charges are. Now we'll collect taxes based on the assessments of the homes to provide for additional operating costs, plus start putting away financing when we need to upgrade the roads, etc.
Can I have those figures again, Kathy, please? 7,000 for rural?
$7,160.
Right.
And for urban, including water and wastewater, it's $22,408. That is for a single and semi-detached home.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Environmental and Infrastructure Services Division. Deja vu, but there is another one. Okay, council consideration of a drainage matter is regulated under section 42 of the Drainage Act. As a reminder, council cannot address assessments and may only consider the report contents such as design, cost, location of the proposed work. Assessments are addressed through Drainage Act appeals. Council will be considering first and second reading of a bylaw considering and consideration of staff report EIS 23003, the Prescott Drain. All affected owners and agencies have been notified of this meeting in accordance with the Drainage Act requirements. 11.3.1 is the Prescott Drain E report for consideration EIS 23003. Mr. Grice or Mr. Mays, we are ready.
All right, thank you. Through the mayor, knock on wood, this one is a little bit simpler than the other two drainage issues that we dealt with earlier today. The Prescott Drain is located in the north end of the county property, and this report speaks to the abandonment of an old section and construction of a new section. Dobin Engineering was retained, and they completed the report that is in front of you today. This really is only impacting a single property, and at this point, construction is actually not proceeding. The owner has other work and things that they need to do before this work is to continue. So we will be sending out assessments for the work completed to date, which is about $29,000, and then construction will proceed at some point in the future under a new capital project. And with that, I don't think Bill has jumped back on, but certainly Mike and myself can answer any questions you may have.
Okay, seeing none, but I'm going to ask it so it's on the record. Are there any members of the public in attendance who would like to ask questions of the report? None. Does someone, sorry, are there any questions of council? None, but does someone wish to move the staff recommendation or propose an alternative? Councillor Huffman moves, seconded by Councillor Michelle. Any debate, discussion, call the question. All of those in favor? Carried. You. Bylaws. Do we have any member of council wishing to speak to any of the bylaws before us for approval? Seeing none. I have a mover to approve the following bylaws. Bylaw 12 OP 2022, Bylaw 43Z 2022, Bylaw 2Z 2023, Bylaw 5Z 2023 as amended, Bylaw 6Z 2023, Bylaw 2023-01 to Bylaw 2023-05 inclusive, and Bylaws 2023-07 to Bylaw 2023-14 inclusive. Moved by Counselor Duffy, seconded by Counselor Berry. All those in favor? Carried. Motions 13.1. Counselor Berry. Take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you throw that up there, Teresa, please? So, I don't know, low those many weeks ago, I moved that, or I asked, I guess, for motion, and it was seconded, but didn't pass. That we look at, adding essentially a budget for council training. To be able to go to conventions and things to seek out some of the information that would be beneficial to our work here and also our service to our communities. Back and forth with the CAO and with Ms. Olson, I'm going to put a revised version of that motion forward, which is that I'm asking that council direct staff to bring a report back that has a cost benefit analysis that will show maybe some of the advantages of sending us to those training opportunities if we so choose to go. And so it's there in front of you. I don't know, should I read it as it is, or do you want to read it, Teresa? How does that work?
Sure. So if we have a seconder, the motion on the floor will be that staff be directed to bring back a report to provide a cost benefit analysis for an increased council member conference and training budget to allow for all members of council, should they so choose, to annually attend the Association of Municipalities Ontario Conference, the Rural Ontario Municipal Association Conference, and one additional conference, and further that this report come forward prior to the end of Q1 for council consideration for a budget amendment to the 2023 operating levy budget.
So if I can I speak to why I want to do this? Okay, so thank you, the chair. So,
Do you want to, let's get a seconder first. Put it on
oh,
the floor.
sure, yeah.
All right, moved by Counselor Berry, seconded by Brunton. Go ahead, Counselor Berry.
Thank you, Councillor Brunton. So, yeah, I mean, broad strokes, I'd like to learn more. I'd like to go, and I think that it's useful. But also, after I brought this up the first time, I asked some of the senior staff, said, am I way off on this? And many of them said, that they could see why that would make sense. And that there is certainly some value in us attending, and that themselves they attended. And I've talked to a couple of the counselors, and yeah, maybe. So all I'm asking for right now is that we take a look at, is there a benefit to the community in us doing this that makes sense with the budget that we have? So I think that that's a reasonable request, and I hope that we can at least get 5 people to agree.
Okay, there you heard it, Counselor Huffman. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Martin, through you to speak to the motion on the floor. I don't support it at this time. My colleague sat here last week in terms of looking at freezing councillor wages. And I don't feel that this is the time that we are looking at a cost benefit analysis for attending these conferences. We have it set up. We have a new system set up that we do a rotation of deputy mayor. That individual will be attending either Roma or AMO. There is certainly nothing stopping. I do notice that, as far as I know, no one here who is new to the chair, new to the table, took in the new counselor training, which is extremely beneficial to many people. And we want to jump right into going to AMO and Roma. So my recommendation is that I do not support this, and that maybe it could come back for 2024. But just with everything else that's going on, and with the recent tax increase that we just levied upon our constituents, I don't support this extended cost at this time.
Councillor Bratton, before I let you.
Oh, sorry. And I just want to add that there's absolutely nothing stopping an individual from attending these conferences on their own.
Councillor Bratton, you are next. I just want to provide clarity because Councillor Huffman said it, but in case anyone missed it, and you may not have, so forgive me. But in the budget under Council and Mayor Services, staff have included an additional $10,000 into our budget. So previously there was only enough money for technically the mayor and the CAO, and sometimes we could squeeze in a deputy mayor to attend conferences. Our council passed the increase of one more individual to attend. So mayor, deputy mayor, and one more counselor will be able to come to every single event, which will give you all the opportunity to attend Roma once and AMO once as it currently is. So just so that you're aware of that. Councillor Brunton, and then Barry, and sorry, Barry, your Councillor Barry, your mic is still.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Martin. Unless I'm reading this wrong, I'm not going to say anybody's going. We're just going to ask for an analysis of, let's assume we all go to everything and what it's going to cost us. Am I reading that right? That's the way I read it.
That's why I threw up my hand, because this has nothing to do with adding it for this budget. It's asking for what would the benefit be, if any, and then so we can consider it for the 2024 budget. I'm not asking it to be amended. I'm asking that I understand why it didn't pass the last time. And so to Councillor Huffman's point, yes, we did take a talk about removing the increase, and we did remove the increase. But then we also heard that we want informed and creative and engaged in whatever people apply for council. So I'm asking that we look at perhaps giving the chance for people who are at the table now to become more informed and more engaged and more creative.
Well, I guess my point is, I mean, maybe nobody will go, but other than what you've authorized, but if we're going to look at it, all I'm saying is see what it costs. From my own perspective, I went to Good Roads once, didn't cost me anything. I just jumped on the train and went down, paid my own way. So anyways, thank you.
Councillor Vanden Driesch, Michelle Huffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too will not be supporting this motion for the reasons that were already described, but the new system is set into place. Those $10,000 is there. I think all of us councillors will gain from working through the new system and have that opportunity to be able to attend at least one of those conferences. So I think it's sufficient the way we're doing it right now, and I'm pleased that we do have the new system in place. So I won't be supporting that. Thank you.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just guess I have two things I want to have clarity on. Just to the mover of this, I believe Councillor Very said 2024, but the motion says 2023. Is that correct?
The motion does say that. So my intention here is that we. No, sorry. So maybe I should have clarified that with Teresa, and that could be my mistake, and I apologize. So my hope here is that we say, is there value to more people going? And if so, can staff sort of give us some guidance on it rather than saying, well, no, we're just going to say there's no value to it, or we're going to just say, yes, there is value to it. So what I'm asking is to say, look, what will it cost? And then we can make a decision on, yeah, there is some gain there for us as a council, or maybe there's not. Just asking for the. No. Okay. So that's all. Anyways, yeah, thanks, Tom.
Yeah, so thank you, Madam Mayor. So in that event, I would be personally curious to see a cost benefit analysis. That's always a hard question. People attend conferences and go to these special events for some professional development and for some added information and knowledge so that they can better serve their constituents. And I'm always, and I've always been a big believer in the importance of doing that kind of professional advancement and development through attending these events. But there is always the question, how much, I guess, bang for our buck do we get? And I think this report might suggest that, we don't get very much, or perhaps we get a great deal that we're not aware of. And I would like to know about that. So in that event, and I see that we're not going to amend the 23 budget now that change has been made, I would support this just because it's good information, I believe, for us to have.
Before I go to Councillor Vanden Driesch here, I'm just looking for clarification. So, and further, that this report come forward prior to the end of Q1 for council consideration for a budget amendment to the 2024 operating levy budget. Why wouldn't we just debate it for the 2024? No budget amendments required.
So again, that is the mistake that I did not clarify that with Teresa ahead of time. My apologies. Again, the intention is we look at it now. And so when it comes up.
No, yeah, I get it. I understand.
Okay. Yeah. So when we talk about it at 2024, we have the information.
Okay. So Councillor Brunn, you're okay with that change? Okay. Councillor Vanden Driesch, 1 minute. Sorry. Teresa.
Through the mayor, I'm just going to jump in for the CAO here. And it was my mistake, since it's for the 2024 budget, I would just ask, because I'm always mindful of staff time and resources if we could move that to Q2, just because it's already the end of January and trying to get a report into our system and ready for March meeting is probably very challenging.
I'm happy to amend it to be Q2.
And sorry, Councillor Van Andrieschie, I did go to you the first time. I owe Councillor Columbus an opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I too cannot support it. Just like Councillor Huffman had mentioned, following the 2023 budget discussions where we ended up with 5.7%, I received 7 calls from one older lady on fixed income, 7 phone calls saying to me every time, I cannot afford to live any longer. So I kind of hit home. And I don't know how you can quantify the value. You know, I've been to conferences where people are partying a lot of times. I mean, I don't expect this council, but that's what happens sometimes. And other people are very diligent. They got their pen out. They're taking all kinds of notes. So I think it'd be a difficult task for our staff to put time in to quantify the value.
Councillor Van Andrieschie?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I can tell you right now, it's very beneficial to attend all these conferences, but it's more beneficial that you have training in how to conduct yourself at these conferences. So I can't vote for this. I would vote for professional development for how you conduct yourselves at different things is more important than going to the conferences, because you have to know how to conduct yourself. You have to know what questions that you have to have prepared in advance. There's lots of things that you have to prepare yourself with. So in this particular case, just going is already under the new system that we talked about. So I think it's self-fulfilling no matter what we do, but I don't think it's necessary to spend the money to find out if it is or isn't when I know what it is. But at the end of the day, we can't afford it. Thank you.
Yeah, and good points, well received, and I'm not correcting you, but just in general, the motion is to ask staff to do it, and then we would debate it. However, time is money, so I hear both sides. Councillor Huffman?
Thank you, Mayor Martin. Through you, I guess again, my point would be there's certainly nothing stopping anyone from attending these conferences with their own dime. I don't know about any of my colleagues, but I followed along for the past 3 days on Twitter with all of the workshops and things like that that were made available to the public for Roma. Followed it along in the news when the Premier spoke, when Minister Jones spoke, and followed all of the Q&As and everything, and got all the answers from the ministers. So there's certainly a way to engage yourself and become informed without actually having to attend. And I think it's time to reiterate, I certainly am very clear on what the motion is. I don't need to be reminded what it is, but time is money, and our staff's time is a valuable resource.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Huffman. Anyone else before I jump in? Okay. While I understand it's just a report, I too am gonna have to not support it today because for a couple of reasons. One, I'd like to see how the new investment in one additional council member rolls out for everyone, and if money wasn't an option, then I would support this. Two, I think in coming out of the conference, I know I'm in a different situation than you all, and I get to attend now, which is a wonderful experience. And that's why I was in support of the additional contribution in our budget, because I think you should all be able to experience it, both conferences. I do see full councils walking around those hallways together and not using their times appropriately, as Councillor Columbus has alluded to, and it begs the question of best use of resources and what message that sends to municipal ministers when you fill in those sometimes smaller rooms, and the discussions you have and the environment of your working team, and there's a lot of factors that come into it. So I think that this is a continued conversation that I'd like for the council to have, because I do believe in continued professional development and the opportunity to learn and grow. But I just think the timing right now is not good. And I also want to ensure that we are having discussions around supporting our staff's professional development as well, and our staff's ability to attend various conferences and so on and so forth, at the same time that we advance our own discussion. It doesn't have to be one or the other, or one in front of the other, but just making sure that we're giving consideration to our staff, because former councils have seriously diminished the resources that we provide to our staff. So I think that that's an important part of the conversation to have. So with that, I will call the question. Was that a hand, Councillor Van Andriesch? No? Councillor Duthie, you want to jump in? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, since I haven't spoken yet on this issue. I appreciate the sentiment of Councillor Very in bringing forward the motion. I think I too am not going to support it, only because it's really quite limiting in saying to annually attend the conferences. There's a brief mention there of a training budget. I would be more inclined to support something that looks at overall professional development. I know there are other resources outside of just attending those conferences. I think there is value in us attending those conferences. That said, I have full trust in all of the members around this table that will represent us at those tables, and those voices will be heard loud and clear. And I have also seen the opposite, where sometimes too many voices can muddy the waters and get us into complicated situations. So I'm not convinced that the way it is worded at this moment, and I appreciate that it's just for a report, would take us in the direction that I think that we should be going. I fully would support looking at additional professional development budgets for future budget years, 2024 and onwards, but just simply to attend conferences, I don't think that's a necessary step at this point, bearing in mind what the mayor has said about the additional $10,000 in the budget for mayor and council resources.
Councillor Very, finish us off.
Yeah, so clearly I'm gonna lose this one, and I can live with that because I've lost it. Yes. But I want to say I appreciate the discussion and everyone's point of view on it, and I hear what you're saying, and I don't disagree with all of it. So anyway, I do appreciate the opportunity to put it in front of you and for the comments herein, but I'm still going to vote for myself.
I think that's great, and I would encourage you to continue to bring it forward, because I think it's important. I just think it's a bit of a resource issue for me as well, and a staff component for me personally. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Motion is defeated. One thing I recognized we didn't do while we're still in motions, I made a comment to Ms. Brady about getting her a timeline back. Does staff want that in a motion to provide direction to put something together in writing with regards to that drainage, or are you okay with just our nod to do that?
Through the mayor, I think it would probably be a good idea to have a motion on the floor with respect to that.
And okay, so I'm looking for a mover and a seconder to put together, to direct staff to please put together a timeline concerning the drain, the Lindock drain, and moved by Councilor Michelle, seconded by Councilor Van Andriesch. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. Is there any member of council with a notice of motion? Okay, and general announcements. I have some myself about Roma. I'm going to let Councilor Michelle share some with you and our CIO, but before we do that, does anyone else want to jump in and share anything first? No? Okay.
I did. Thank you, Mayor Martin. I do want to share that recently, as recent as this past weekend, our local Lions Club in Waterford held a bottle drive. The purpose of the bottle drive was to assist, and these are quoting Rob Logan's own words, as he is the mayor of Waterford. So I thought it would be remiss of me to not acknowledge the mayor of Waterford. He's recently come upon some health issues that he requires a lift in the home that he lives in with his mom. And the community came out in droves to support this initiative. The lift has been installed. There are extra funds available for when Robbie needs a wheelchair down the road. And I just want to thank our community. Ward 7 comes together again, and it's always a great day when we can support one of our own constituents. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Huffman, which reminds me, a week or two ago at Sibler, I attended a ribbon cutting ceremony for a lift at Spectrum. They finally fundraised the full amount. It's very cool, very exciting, very happy for them. They have a beautiful facility and there were lots of very happy kids there. Before I go into my Roma update, because I have a short-lived memory, I'd like to take the opportunity and then turn it around to council and staff as well to say goodbye to Kathy LaPlante. This was her last council meeting with us, and it was a riveting council meeting at that. We thank you for your service long before I was here. Maybe Councillor Columbus should take this one over. Your guidance and your assistance when I was a new councillor, all the way to being right now a new mayor. And I know that you have supported the staff considerably. They tell me all the time, look at them, they're shaking their heads, yes. But I think that you bring a lot to the table. You make decisions as a taxpayer yourself, not an employee or not someone who was just looking to kind of get the job done and go home. So I've always recognized that skill in you and that you bring a Norfolk County lens to all the decisions you make. So thank you very much for your service and for helping us, the former council, this council. And I'm going to pass it over to councillors and staff to send Kathy on her way. Any comments?
Well, I spoke to my wife the other day because she used to work with Kathy for a number of years. And I asked her where Kathy got started. And she said that she thought she was looking after some payment of utility bills. Is that right, Kathy? At the region, right? Yeah. Anyway, she certainly deserves congratulations. And she has always gone above and beyond, done a superb job for the residents of Norfolk. Thank you.
Councillor Van Andrieschie?
Yes, Madam Chair. Kathy, I can't say enough. We'll miss you tremendously. Personally and professionally, your opinion has always weighed heavy with me. So I will miss you terribly as a person. You're wonderful, but I wish you the best in your retirement and all the time that you will have. And maybe you might even decide to come back if you have a few spare moments. Thanks, Kathy, for everything you've done.
I just want to add my sentiments in there as well. It's been great working with Kathy over the past, the previous term and the start of this term, to watch her. I mean, wow. So your evolution of your career it's been pretty cool and full circle. So kudos to you, and enjoy your time in Ottawa. Enjoy your time down south, and I'm sure we'll run into you out in the community. So thank you for everything.
Councillor Duffy?
Just really quickly, Kathy, congratulations on your retirement. What I've discovered already in the last couple of months is there really isn't much of a subject matter that comes before this council that you don't have an opinion or background knowledge on. It's quite incredible in the scope of knowledge that you bring to us as an employee, and to allow council to make decisions is just simply remarkable. So thank you for the work that you put in, the time, tenure. It's almost unheard of now to have someone that has such a tenure with an organization. So it's truly appreciated, and thank you. Enjoy this new chapter.
Councillor Breton?
Kathy, you've been my resource person for years, and when you're at the region, at the regional level, worked with you for years, and then of course when I came on council last term, and you're a great resource, and I want to wish you all the best. And if I see you at the Blue, you know what, I'll look after you. Okay.
Thank you for all the kind words.
Oh, we're not done yet.
Oh, you're gonna start making me cry.
That's okay. Al, go ahead.
I just want to thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say on behalf of all staff, I mean, since I got here in 2021, Kathy's been an inspiration to me. I mean, Councillor Duffy touched on this. I mean, the knowledge, the institutional knowledge that Kathy has is second to none. She knows absolutely everything that's been talked about in this council chambers for the last 30, 40 years, remembers it, is very sharp, and has been an invaluable asset to our organization for many, many years. And she will be sincerely missed. And we've already asked her to make sure that she's following us along. And when we're as staff falling out of line, she's going to give us a call and remind us about certain financial policies and certain financial challenges that we have. So it's a sad day for Norfolk County and for staff, but I want to wish on behalf of all staff the very best for Kathy.
Anyone else? Finance team in the corner there?
Just want to say, for Kathy not to miss watching the council.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, I'll just add quickly for staff, one super quick story. In my first budget, we were working, I don't know, very late or early in the morning, however it was at the time. And, you know, we left finally, okay, I think we got stuff wrapped up. And I got home and the phone started ringing and it was Kathy. And I thought, oh, shoot, I've forgotten. What did I do wrong? She was calling to make sure I got home okay because it was a snowstorm. And that's the kind of care and consideration that Kathy brings every day. And yeah, we're going to miss her.
Well, fitting that it's a snowy day for you today. We'll check and make sure you made it home safely a little bit later. Anyone else? Okay, Kathy, finish us off.
Just quickly, thank you very much for the very nice, kind words. Councillor Columbus, I actually started at the OPP building at the region. It was the regional building in 1981 and in finance as a secretary. That was my first job in Haldeman, Norfolk when I moved here. So it's great. So thanks very much. I'm going to miss everybody, but I'm still going to enjoy myself.
Oh, that's awesome. And what an accomplishment, like Councillor Huffman said, to start on, you know, an admin level in finance, and you're running our department for us. So again, thank you and very cool. Okay, with that, I'm going to dig into a bit of a Roma update for you. And then I think between Al and Councillor Michelle and I will tag team off each other. But we had an amazing weekend. Unfortunately, you don't leave Roma or AMO for that matter with a check in your hand, despite the fact that Councillor Michelle came with the largest possible suitcase known to mankind. He thought he was going to leave with money and commitments in it. He in fact did not. But all in all, it was an amazing day. We had our amazing couple of days. We were busy at points in time. We were running across the hallways to get to meetings and delegations because Nancy had us so well booked with ministers. We had SCORE meetings and we had Western Ontario Warden Caucus meetings on top of our own. So through the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus, we had multi-ministerial meetings. We had delegations with the Liberal Party, the NDP Party, and the Green Party of One. And the message was the same each time. The priorities were around mental health and specifically a request for consistent funding of the MCERT, the mental health worker that drives around with OPP officers to provide mental health care and perspective when it's needed the most. We discussed Bill 23 and the housing crisis and came in lockstep with other municipalities on our request to be made whole on the deficit position that we may be finding ourselves in. And we discussed the workforce and economic development concerns and broadband. So we thanked the government for their investments and their help, but that more support was needed. SCORE had us in delegations. I actually got to lead a delegation, which was really exciting, with the Ministry of Colleges and Universities. And we discussed rural campus needs, funding needs, the request to support more virtual online programs, as well as micro credentials. We met with OMAFRA, the MTO, and Councillor Van Passen isn't here, but you bet we talked about expanding Highway 24 again. And the parliamentary assistant, said to us I said, how can we move this forward instead of discussing it each and every time? And he told us to put forward a business plan and bring about our growth numbers and traffic study numbers. And they're interested in making investments that will support industry. So that was beneficial. The Ministry of Education and the Attorney General joined us for conversations about keeping municipalities well informed when making changes to rural schools. And we jumped in and added, as Councillor Huffman is a big advocate of, never hearing about from the school boards in our planning reports and our planning documentation. So as we grow in our communities, our schools don't provide feedback, and Councillor Huffman has countless portables in her community and others. We spoke about also being consulted with changes to rural schools and rural school programming because of our consistent knowledge about where parcels are located. And we look at the school in downtown Simcoe right beside our hospital. What can we do with that asset to find its best use in the future? So those comments were really welcomed by the minister. And we met with the Ministry of Red Tape Reduction. Unfortunately, I did not attend that one. So like I said, our Nancy had us in multiple delegations just for, Norfolk County, although we had a Ministry of Infrastructure meeting with Haldeman County. We pitched our work on the interurban water plan. We were not given any funding. We were told directly that our presentation was very compelling and we gave them all the information that they needed. However, they are fairly committed to the OSIF and ISIP funding programs and would ask that our respective councils go home, advocate to our MP for the federal government to open up more funding in both of those streams so that the provincial government can then match it. We left that day with an ask for a follow-up meeting that seemed to be well received. So we're hoping to get a follow-up meeting, but our message was loud and clear to the government that you have asked us to come and provide you with information so you can build out your funding streams. And we have just spent the last 3 years doing that. We're prepared, we're ready, we're looking for a commitment. So it was a very great conversation. We met with Minister Dunlop and her staff, independent of SCORE, to universities and colleges, and I had a great conversation with her about Fanshawe College, our rural campus, our international students, the percentage of students. I believe it's 21% of their students reside in Norfolk County. The remainder of their students do not because there isn't enough accommodations. So she's actually interested in coming down and touring our Simcoe campus. So hopefully we can follow through on that, and we'll be certainly sure to keep everybody in lockstep with us. And then we met with Minister Graydon Smith from the Ministry of Natural Resources about the gas wells here in Norfolk County. We thanked him for their support of the wells they're currently working on, and we advocated for a regionalized approach. Norfolk County has about 2,600 gas wells that we know of, so you can only imagine how many are across Ontario. And we provided him with pictures and before and after, and utilized our GIS team to make a beautiful presentation that we shared with them and said we encourage them to keep up the good work. Monday, we finished off the day with a meeting with Minister Rickford of Indigenous Affairs, and we had all of the mayors of the Haldeman Track included in that meeting, and Chief Mark Hill. It was very interesting, and it was about the duty to consult and how our municipalities will move forward as best we can with Six Nations and with the provincial level, and have a united front on a variety of issues. So it was the beginning of a great conversation piece with much more information to come, and education and communication and networking. And from there, I believe I'm going to pass it over to Councillor Michelli because he was the hero for the Ministry of Health. And I'm going to let you share with everyone that update.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure if I'm a hero ever, but we had a very, very good conversation with the Minister of Health about some additional funding and resources for the many of the items that our presenter and the CEO of Norfolk General Hospital provided us with tonight, and so there was a lot of conversation about that. I do think, and I will just say this, and I'm not sure if this is part of being a hero or not, but I can tell everyone that Mayor Martin wasn't kidding when she said that we were literally running from place to place. She had to run from one delegation to another all the way across the hotel. And when she finally got to the Minister of Health delegation, she was so out of breath that I had to begin the presentation. And maybe that's why I'm here. I don't know, but I hope I fulfill that role fairly well. But anyway, I would say that with regard to the asks that we had to the Ministry of Health, not only regarding the new improvements and upgrades we want to the hospital, but also to the notion that one day soon we can start to have some serious talks about a brand new hospital and the land and all of the requirements that go around with that. And we also had a big discussion, nice discussion about doctor recruitment and bringing more physicians into Norfolk County. And I think that, and perhaps this is what Mayor Martin's referring to me as the hero. We did manage, I think, to crack a few faces in that room with some levity and some humor, and I think they were very much engaged in our presentation as a result. So I think that worked out really well. And on our way out, actually. One of the parliamentary assistant to the minister said to me, "You did it really well. You're pretty funny," and so, and also further to that, you know, I just made a note when we were talking to the minister that at least on 2 occasions, and of course none of this is, you know, recorded, and we can, as Mayor Martin said, we don't get to walk out with a check in our hands, but she said on at least 2 occasions when she was listening to us, she said, "I think we can help with that." So that was very encouraging and very positive, and I really think that that our efforts at Roma those 3 days were very well worthwhile. Thank you.
And the deputy mayor made sure to emphasize rural healthcare needs through his humor, and I would agree it was very well received, and so excellent teamwork there. The only thing that you didn't mention, Mr. Deputy Mayor, was our conversations around some assistance and guidance on what we should be looking for with the potential reamalgamations. We didn't get any golden nuggets, but we did advocate to stay rural, make sure we're paired up with someone who has similar needs, like our temporary farm worker concerns in our community, but also just access to healthcare and Board of Health, or sorry, health unit services. And we made sure to discuss the political nature of the structure of our Board of Health. And the government was unaware that we were, I'm sure they're aware in some way, shape, or form, but it wasn't on their radar that we were made up fully of politicians. And so they're going to look into that as well. So whatever comes first, whether it's, you know, the ability to review how our board is structured, or it is an amalgamation with another health unit, I'm not sure, but it was a really great conversation. And before I pass it over to the CAO, the only last thing I want to say is I want to thank staff from across the entire department, because they built us beautiful presentations with information and content and photos, and it's creative and it's pretty and it's the asks are bold and they're clear. So staff, I know, do a lot of work, especially Nancy in Al's office. She was here a lot building those out, so we couldn't go and represent our county without staff putting those together for us on short notice. At that, I think we find out within maybe 2 weeks to a week which delegations we get. So did we miss anything, Mr. CAO?
No, through you, Madam Mayor. Woke up this morning more tired than normal, and now I know why, just listening to the summary. I'm just going to say a couple of things. Number one, I think this county has been very well served. The presentations that you made were very professional. You knew the material by heart. You spoke from the heart. And I think if you had some cameras there, Norfolk County would be very proud of the presentations you made with Councillor and Deputy Mayor Michelle's assistance. So I think you served this municipality very well. The only other thing I'm going to say, based on my observations, is that Norfolk County isn't alone in some of the challenges and opportunities that we have. I think in speaking to other elected officials, other CAOs, it's clear that there's a consistent messaging in regards to limited revenue opportunities for municipalities, and that we can't do it alone in terms of the challenges that we have, whether it's aging infrastructure, whether it's staffing resources challenges. We can basically echo some of the challenges that we have, all municipalities across rural Ontario are facing. And so if we take some comfort in that, is that we're not alone in the challenges that we have, but also in the fact that we can learn from other municipalities. And I think we learned some things. We had some tidbits of information when we were talking to some other mayors and CAOs in terms of some things that some municipalities are working on that we're going to explore some possibilities on and try to learn from their successes. And I think that that's really the value in terms of sharing the experiences we have as municipalities and what we can learn from each other. So once again, just very well done to both the mayor and the deputy mayor. I think they did an exceptional job representing us. We're working on a report that we'll bring back to council. We'll share all of the presentations that we made to the various ministers. We'll try to get as much information from Roma and we'll attach it to the report so all of council can get some insight in terms of what was actually presented. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Al. I appreciate that. And I also like to thank, you must be an Instagram husband, because thank you for all of the photos you took of the deputy mayor and I without having to be asked to take them. But thank you for your guidance as well. I do appreciate all of the help along the way and the suggestions. Thanks for your teamwork. It's wonderful. So with that, we have 3 closed session items. I know it felt like we're done, but we're not. So may I have a mover and seconder to enter into closed session at 5:32 p.m. to discuss citizen appointment heritage committee, which is item 16.1, 16.2, citizen appointment accessibility advisory committee, and 16.3 closed session meeting protocol training pursuant to section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to B, personnel matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employee, and pursuant to section 239(3), as the subject matter pertains to educational or training sessions. 3.1, a meeting of council, local board, of a committee, or either of them as one. The meeting is held for the purpose of educating or training the members. And 2, at the meeting, no member discusses or otherwise deals with any matter in any way that materially advances the business or decision-making of the council, local board, or committee. Moved by Councillor Michelle, seconded by Councillor Van Andriesch. All those in favor? Okay, we're moving into closed. Okay, welcome back. I'm looking for a motion to reconvene an open session at 6:27 PM, moved by Counselor Columbus, seconded by Counselor Michelle. All in favor? Carried. I'm looking for a motion to receive the PowerPoint presentation as information and to a copy of it to be shared publicly online. Moved by Counselor Van Andriesch, seconded by Counselor Hoffman. All those in favor? Carried. Staff was I'm going to pass it over to Teresa for some motions.
Thank you, through the mayor. So I believe that Councillor Duffy, seconded by Councillor Berry, will move that Norfolk County Council approve the appointments of Barbara Boyko, Marianne Coghill, Leonard Perwinen, Wayne Hingston, Wesley Wilson, and Bob Wood to the Norfolk County Heritage Committee for a term expiring November 30th, 2026.
All those in favor? Carried.
And moved by Councillor Brunton, seconded by Councillor Duffy, that Norfolk County Council approve the appointments of Kimberly Agar, Cheryl Boslaw, David Horton, Rebecca Kennedy, Debbie Pike, and David Terrio to the Accessibility Advisory Committee for the term expiring November 30th, 2026.
Is there a mover and seconder for that? Okay. All in favor? Carried. Confirming bylaw, can I have a motion to approve bylaw 2023-06 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of Norfolk County at this regular council meeting held on the 25th day of January 2023, and that the bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and affixed with the corporate seal? Councillor Duffy, seconded by Councillor Van Andriesch, all in favor. And Councillor Huffman's moving a motion to adjourn at 6:29 PM, seconded by Councillor Berry. All those in favor? Okay, that's carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great night. Drive safe, please.